Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Anybody there? Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Anybody there? Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Is anybody there yet? Guess not. It's too early. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. Wait a minute. It's like we got sunny skies and a strong wind, a stretch headwind. Okay, let's go do the standard again. So we had Luigi Balzacco. Shake Me Up Hanover, first three. Oh, what happened to J.J. Landon? He was second. All right. Race. Spack Jarrow, baby. Oh, yeah, baby. Spack Jarrow. Yes, sir. For the first, right? For the first five. Five, another one. Five of the first six. Jeb. Oh, I had the box. Oh, the box, baby. Oh, ho, ho. $53. Oh, I had the box. Yes. For the Blue Knight. Then we had Casey's Starlight, another winner. Not another winner. Then we had JK's Pilot, another winner on top. 240 to win. Ah. Race 10. Uh, oh well. Fernhill General all the way for Brody McPhee. Box. Another box, 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 baby. And then the race 11. Oh, race 11, we had the four. What happened to him? Ooh, big bad bruiser. Dale, Spinner, Spence. I had him second, damn it. Oh well. How many winners on top? Hello, anybody there? Anybody there? Hello, hello. Maybe I should go on. Okay, have a good day. Yep, yep. We had 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 winners on top. 7 on top. Top pick. Top pick in front. Anybody there? Hello, hello, hello. I got some itch. I have an itch. Hmm. Hello, hello, hello. The undefeated 9 for 9 Irish Ray kicks things off in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown 2-year-old trot. The Claire McDonald 1-2 punch of Up Helia and Cadillac square off in the 3-year-old trot. Our Girl Annie, Marina Del Rey, Elm Grove Red Wine go to battle in the 2-year-old filly pace. Malignity and Fishman's Son are the top 2 morning line choices in the 2-year-old colt pace. Dreamfair Zenfire and Mark Campbell gun for their second win in the open mares. The Real Princess, 14 for 14 this season, looks to keep that undefeated season alive in the 3-year-old filly pace. Fernhill Gusto, 5-2 morning line favorite, facing a real shootout in the 3-year-old colt pace. And finally, in the 13th race, what a great finale we have for you. The Twin Bee, Tough Enough, and Jill's Barrio tackle post 7 in the Premier's Cup. A great program here, the best in the Maritimes. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. You talk. All right, we've got a great program showcasing the best in the Maritimes in Charlottetown today. We start off with the undefeated 9 for 9 Irish Ray. He kicks things off in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown 2-year-old trot. And the Claire McDonald 1-2 punch of Up Helia and Cadillac square off in the 3-year-old trot. Yep.
Well, a good morning from the Race Day Broadcast Center as we get set to go on this Championship Sunday here in Charlottetown. And you're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee. Ken Warkentin will be joining us today. And Vance Cameron's in the booth getting ready to call all the action. We're doing a couple of tests here on our system. Hurricane Fiona has played some tricks on all kinds of different things, Peter. But we're going to give it a go here this afternoon, and wow, what a beautiful day it is for Championship Sunday.
Beautiful day, and going to be some great horse racing. The sale on Friday was another huge success in Crapo. Yesterday, some great racing here in the afternoon with the Breeders' Crown Constellations. The banquet last night, I know you were part of that, Lee, very successful. And today is Championship Sunday, and Lee, I think there's a couple of horses we need to look at. Irish Ray, the 2-year-old trotter in race number 2 today, undefeated 9 for 9, going for a perfect 10 for 10 today, so we'll keep an eye on that horse. And then we got to swing to race number 10, and everybody's talking about the Real Princess today. She's 14 for 14 this year, over 94,000 in earnings. Post 6 today, looking to cap off a great season.
Yeah, it should be fantastic, and we have 2 drivers 5,000. And he's got his first crack at that coming up in the opener here today.
Yeah, he does.
And then Mark Bradley is also one win away from 1,000 career wins. So any way you look at it, it's going to be a very special day. And the other thing that we didn't talk about yet, which is something that, we've been talking about it, but not officially on the broadcast until today, and that is Sam Space is going to be here.
Really cool story. Of course, we know him from Saving Sammy on CTV. Well, he's made his way back to the island here, and he's been successful here in the past for owner and trainer and breeder Dennis Baxter. They're all back on Prince Edward Island today. They'll lead the post parade in race number 5. And then you'll get to meet Sammy later on today. We've got a stall set up at the far end of the grandstand today. So, Lee, I think it's a really neat story. He's back on PEI, and people are going to get a chance to meet him.
Yeah, that's right. And his son, Jason, has been doing some great work on CTV. He's going to be joining us on the pregame here just after we get rolling today, and we're looking forward to that around 12:15. And we'll talk more about all the special features. You might have seen Jason around at the sale, at other different farms on Prince Edward Island. So a great thing. So 47 minutes to go before Championship Sunday and that first race post time, and we are open and selling. HPI players, we also have some special guests on our social media platforms today, and don't miss Memory Lane. You can't leave here today unless you go to Memory Lane, which is just past our broadcast location outside the grandstand here on the second level of Red Shores. Okay, 38 minutes to go before first race post time for you today, and this Champion Sunday, and we will be going live here in our race day broadcast in just a few minutes as we go up and get you through in this Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Now, I do want to talk about the finalists. The trophies are all on display. You remember last night, the Atlantic Breeders' Crown banquet, we recognized the finalists, but we couldn't give out all the hardware due to restrictions in the amount of people that were allowed. But they are on display with the Atlantic Breeders' Crown backdrop, all the trophies that are out. April put them out this morning. They look fantastic. So any finalist that's here can go to Turfs. You'll see the big Atlantic Breeders' Crown logo display, and the trophy is there. We'll get your picture taken. You can get your connections that are there. It's pretty neat. So if you're a finalist and you're here today, of course, then you can pick up your hardware there in Turf Center Fan Zone. That's where we are. Coming back with more as we get the official kickoff here today on Championship Sunday at Red Shores.
they come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Well, welcome to Championship Sunday, and there's a look at that historic center field and that Judges Tower, and it's been through a lot, and it's still standing as strong as ever. It's even been through a hurricane called Hurricane Fiona this week. And we are back and ready to go on this Championship Sunday, along with Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, Vance Cameron in the booth, and all the way from New Jersey today, Ken Workington joins us online as well today and part of the broadcast. 10 degrees, gentlemen, here on track. We get the sunshine today, and boy, everybody's talking about this Championship Sunday. Peter, we'll start with you, of course, with the banquet last night, the sale on Friday, the pancake breakfast this morning. It all comes down to Championship Sunday, and boy, we've got a lot of money on the line today.
Sure doing a beautiful day for Standardbred Racing on Prince Edward Island. Lee, you mentioned a successful weekend so far. How about the races this afternoon? Race number 2, we're going to keep an eye on Irish Ray. 9 for 9 this year as a 2-year-old trotter, going for a perfect 10 to cap off his season. And if we flip to race number 10 today, that's the real princess. She's 14 for 14 this year, over $94,000 in the bank. And again, looking for a perfect season. We'll see if she can do it in race number 10.
You know, we are also watching 2 drivers today. Jill Sperrio's 1 win away from $5,000 today. Mark Bradley is 1 win away from $1,000. And Ken Workington, the last time we saw you, you're hot in action on the Gold Cup and Saucer Night. It's such a pleasure to have you back on Breeders' Crown Weekend. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you guys. It's great to be on with you. Of course, we are coming to you from New Jersey with a heavy heart here as we lost our colleague Dave Brower a couple of days ago. But we're going to drive on in his honor today, and we're going to take a look at your great card. We can't wait to commentate on all these great stars of the Maritimes today. And the Premier Pace is kind of the cherry on top. Your finale today, race 13, and that's the Premier's Cup. And the 7 Twinbee Tough Enough is going to be my top pick in there. The James Roach McGregor Memorial winner, a race that I had a chance to call. A tough draw, but on a form spree, winning 3 of his last 4. No Plan Intended is going to slug it out with him. The Gold Cup and Saucer runner-up with an adventurous trip. And Time to Dance. Talk about class here. A 2-time PEI Aged Horse of the Year and 2020 Gold Cup and Saucer champion. He draws outside, but he can't be dismissed. That is a terrific way to cap off an amazing card today, guys.
All right, it's going to be great. And, you know, we have, as we said, a driver's watch today. We've got all these great races, Peter, and it's all set to go. And we can't go any further without getting a complete update. And we do have a special guest coming up in the pregame here. Jason Baxter is here, as we talked about a little earlier. And Saving Sammy, or Sam's Pace, that's coming up too. Up to Vance Cameron, who calls all the action today. And we'll get the equipment and program changes for you on this Championship Sunday. Vance, good afternoon.
Thank you, Lee, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park. For today's racing program, it's event number 48 of the meeting. It's Championship Sunday at Charlottetown. Fast track conditions, 10 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Derek Fallon. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 3. In the third race, number 1, Phil Dolines, removing blinkers. Next change, go to race number 5. The first of 2 super high fives on today's program. In the 5th race today, number 6, Acrobat Hanover, removing the cheek rolls, adding blinkers. Next change, go to race number 7. Island Oceans Trot Classic Final. 2, Jesse Jesser. Jessica has a chart line. She raced here on the 6th of October, Charlottetown Fast Track, scoring from post 3 and finished second, was race timed in 1:58 and 3, driven by David Dowling. Turning over to race number 8. The Crown Final for 2-year-old Colt Pacers in the 8th race. Scratch number 6, Tobin's Prophet, and scratch 9, Sioux Warrior. Race 8, scratch number 6, Tobin's Prophet, and scratch the 9, Sioux Warrior. Next change, turn to race number 11. In the 11th race, scratch number 7, Usurper, and scratch number 8, Century Invictus. Race 11, we have scratches of 7, Usurper, and 8, Century Invictus. Final change on today's program is in the final race. That's number 13, the Premier's Cup. And in the 13th, scratch number 8, Time to Dance, he will not go. Race 13, scratch number 8, Time to Dance. That's going to wrap up the changes. The Par Mutual windows, they're open and they are selling. The first race post time is set for 12:30, leaving you with 22 minutes to make your first race selections. Let's return to the race day broadcast desk this afternoon. And we have Lee, and we have Peter, and we have Ken, and we have Championship Sunday.
Okay, so thanks very much, Vance. Let's go with the prize pack. Red Shores pleased to offer the new Early Pick 4, $500 guarantee pool beginning on race 2. Super High 5 is on race 5. And again, on the last race this afternoon, that's race 13 with that low 15% takeout. HBI players, we appreciate your business. You can use your account right here on track with our free Wi-Fi. You can sign up for free betting at hbibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. On track guests, that pick 5 is in action today, and you know it's going to be busy as we're set to go. And that has to be in before the start of the 6th. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of our national anthem.
Sure. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Yeah, here we go, and it is Championship Sunday and Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend. So many great elements to this weekend, and you know what? We're back with the Race Day Live pregame, and as we mentioned a little earlier, we do have a special guest. He's no stranger to TV. You watch him each and every day throughout Monday to Friday on CTV, and that's Jason Baxter. Jason, welcome to the Race Day set.
Lee.
Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. I watch from home many nights what you guys are doing here and in Charlottetown and enjoy it. So it's a pleasure to be a part of it and kind of an exciting day for the whole family.
It certainly is. Let's talk a little bit about that. We've been talking about it throughout the weekend. I know you've been putting it on your social media channels as well. And Sam Space, a horse that's 18 years old now. He's retired from racing, but boy, he's had such a great career, especially here at Red Shores. We got a race coming up in 2008 from him, but he's going to lead the post parade today. Many would know that great feature that you did, Saving Sammy. What's it been like? Your dad, Dennis, came over earlier in the week, and it's been a really great reunion here in Prince Edward Island.
Yeah, we dropped them over both of them over last Saturday, and Dad's 78 years old now, literally misses harness racing every day of his life. So for him to come back and to see so many of his friends and peers and be a part of it, and to have his beloved horse here with, our horse that we thought was dead for almost a decade, to have him not only back here, but to be healthy enough to do this and happy enough to do it. It's just been kind of a dream week for Dad and our family.
You know, Mike Curry deserves some credit here. He's on our special events committee with the PEI Standardbird Harness Racing Industry Association. And he got the conversation started about this. And Peter McPhee and I were talking to you earlier in the week. It was interesting to me. You showed up Thursday. You said that Sammy was here on the track. Your dad had him out, and he went a mile with him, and he was in great shape.
Yeah. Well, he went 3/8 of a mile. We jogged him for 3 miles, but I would say after about 2 miles, he turned him, and he went 3/8 of a mile. And, yeah, he was – Jeff Lilly was standing. You know, he's been doing this for a long time, and he figured Dad was going at a pace at about a 2:40 mile.
Yeah. Well, it's
and
wonderful.
Dad was bragging afterwards, I think I could have went in 2:5 with him.
You know, he is going to lead the post parade in race number 5 today, and then there's a special meet and greet after on the tarmac here. Some fans can come down, Jason, and get a picture with him. You know, he is a special horse, and he's been doing some special things.
Yeah, so Christy Faulkner of Serenity Acres in Ardoise, Nova Scotia, where he lives, she specializes in EAL, Equine Assisted Learning. His main job week to week is working with people that are like first responders with PTSD, troubled teens, grieving parents, or people that just want to get more comfortable physically being with horses. And that's so he's got a real purpose in his life.
Certainly does. It's going to be great to see him. Listen, let's take you back to the action. Here's a great trip down memory lane, 2008. We're going to roll it for you in the pregame. This is Sam Spates in action with Dennis Baxter, and this happened in 2008. Let's have a look.
Oh, Southwind Albion, half a dozen all lined up. Post time. Sam's pace well off the gate here as they swing into the turn. Island Hurricane, Southwind Albion, and between them is Edgewater RB. Third to the turn, racing up into fourth. That's Ricara's son. Away fifth is Sam's Pace, and now Real Bond is the early trailer. Early movement now. Ricara's son popped into the 4-hole and rushing up on the outside. Southwind Albion alone on the lead. Ricara's son now is going to drive into second, and he's going to take dead aim at that leader. Ricara's son drives on the outside for Kenny Arsenault, set to clear. Southwind Albion now second, 28-1. That was the opening quarter. And the leader now at the 3/8. That is Ricara's son. Southwind Albion is second. Here comes Sam's Pace up on the outside for third. Edgewater RB is now fourth. There goes Real Bond to the outside fifth. And Island Hurricane got a Charlottetown shuffle to the trailing spot. Sam's Pace quickly here for Baxter up on the outside to take over the lead. They arrived at the opening half mile. 56-4 as they move over to 5/8. Sam's Pace opens by 3. Ricara's son could not hold him off. Real Bond moving third. Island Hurricane out 3 wide fourth. Now in fifth. That's Edgewater RB. And Southwind Albion is trailing the field. 3 quarters still to go. and a 1/5. Sam's Pace, eighth of a mile to go. Reeled Bond to the outside. Ricari's Son at the rail. Island Hurricane fourth. Down the stretch they come. Sam's Pace out in front. Up the rail, Ricari's Son. Real Bond. Here comes the wire. Sam's Pace has won it. Second, that is Ricari's Son. Looked like Real Bond edging out Island Hurricane for show, but we'll need a show picture. Trips in 155 and a 1/5.
What a great finish there, Jason. Boy, I'll tell you, how did that feel, taking a look at that clip back in 2008?
Well, I'd always see when Dad asked him at the half, that move, you could see his speed. He was talented. It gave me goosebumps. It always does. I don't know if Dad, I joke with him all the time, though. I don't know if he got fined for missing the gate, but he should have been. He could have made it a lot easier on Sammy if he wasn't 5 lengths off the gate, but he knows that himself.
That's right. Well, I said to you the other day, that makes the mile that much more impressive. We got to go here because we're running out of time, but we do have a couple of pictures we're going to rotate through here. There's a great shot. That's from that day.
That's from that day. We just had a great day over here. And Jeff Lilia shows his relationship with Dad. Their friendship goes way back, before that as well.
And always that great picture there. And another one here. There's a great shot of you and your dad with Sam's Pace. So
I don't know who that kid with all the brown hair is standing at his head there, but that's a family shot. It extends even beyond that. We had that's my nephew's a grown man now. A lot of time. That's Dad's one of his best friends, Richard Saunier, who'll be watching today from home at his head as well.
That's from Truro Raceway.
Raceway.
He's made some great trips. He's here today. Jason, I can't thank you enough. Thank you for doing this. And we're going to see him on the post parade. He's going to lead out, and then we'll see him on the tarmac around, I think, after the 6th we talked about doing. So.
Well, on behalf of Dad, myself, and my family, we really appreciate the opportunity. It's kind of feels like coming home in a lot of ways, and we appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown Championship Sunday. Continues in a minute.
The afternoon's first race, the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association will have a presentation to the winner on Post Parade number 1 Premier Joy, owned by Debbie Element of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson. David Dowling drives. 2 is Melanie's Magic, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Saul Lanigan, driven by Kenny Murphy. 3 Ashes, 2 Ashes, owned by Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill's Burial. Hippie John, number 4, is owned by Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia, now trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 5 Popularity, owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford, trained by Lenny Myers, driven by Mark Campbell. Doc Darrell, number 6, Morgan Shepherd of Brackley Beach, is the owner and trainer. Colin Shepherd drives. 7 is Mr. Riley, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Panat. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on today's opener. This is Race Day Live from Red Shores, Charlottetown on Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Sunday. We'll join Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, and Ken Workington next.
Okay, so ready to roll with the Championship Sunday, race number 1 on track here. HBI players, we appreciate your business today, and there you can get all the action. HBIBet.com. Free to join and get you up and going here today. And keep in mind, if you spend $100 in the first month, you'll get a $100 deposit as well back into your account. Finalists here today, your trophies are down and set up. They look fantastic. They're in turfs. You can get your picture. You can get your trophy in behind the display. All part of the finalists. Out of the track we go with PEI Standard Horse Owners Association base. Ken and Peter picking up the top contenders.
Yeah, thanks very much, Lee. As we kick it off here this afternoon and race number 1, beautiful day for horse racing on the island, fast and 10 degrees. And Kenny, we land on number 7 here for you. This is Mr. Riley, James Gorman of South Melville, Darlene Compton. They share the ownership. Corey McPherson trains, and Corey's going to do the driving. Kenny, I remember when you were here during Old Home Week, Corey was hot, so you're going right back to him to kick it off here today.
Yeah, he was the hot hands when I was on the island there in August, and Mr. Riley, this 4-year-old's really stepped up his game in his last 2 starts. Wicked 27-4 to just miss 2 starts back, then grinded gamely first over to grab the deuce. He can find a way to overcome post 7 here with Corey McPherson right now, 7-2.
Okay, daily double on races 1 and 2. Exacta, 20-cent superfecta tractor wagering. Tag your ticket on track here with the wild horses. And we are going to land now on the 2. This is Melanie's Magic scoring down here for Sandra Stead at a Montague. Ken Murphy doing the driving for Saul Lanigan today. And Peter, it's going to be a busy day and a busy weekend for Drive for Charity. Kenny is teaming up with McRae, Backhoe, and Trucking, and they are raising money for Santa's Angels. Got a shot to get another check in the bank here.
You know what? I like his chances just because he's on the inside here today. The last couple you can see were from 6 and 7. Didn't hit the board, but the one prior to that is a line that jumps off the page for me. Left from 3, tracked in all the way for third, 54, and closed out in 28 flat. So I like that effort from the 1801 level. He's down into the 1551s here today. Great spot inside here, and yeah, he took some late money here. We're talking about him now. He's 3-1.
Okay, there's a look at Doc Darrell as we're getting set to go in a field of 7 here in the opener on this championship Sunday. Morgan Shepard's the owner and the trainer. Colin Shepard doing the driving here. Has been on the edges, Pete, in the last couple and has to fire from post 6 today.
Yeah, again, you're right. He left from post 2 the last couple of times. You can see he was 6th there, 29-3 on the end of it. And then again at the 21:01 level, which is a real nice level here in Charlottetown. 4th, 54-2, closed out 28-3. The thing about this guy is he's a stone cold closer. If he's close at the top of the lane, you look at those closing panels of, like I said, 28-3, 29, 29-2, 28-1. If he's close at the top of the lane, he can sweep a lot of them. So if Colin has them in position when they swing for home here, I think he gets a part of it. And 7-1 is a nice price.
Okay. Check 1-2. 1-2. There's a look at the 3, and that's Ashes to Ashes right now at 3-1. How's that?
So getting ready to go here, Jill Sperrio, 1 win away from 5,000 career wins in the bike. 21,747 lifetime starts, 3,910 seconds, 3,237 thirds, 10 million in purse money. Career average 379. Wow. And he's 1 away. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the opener. Back upstairs for the race call with Vance Cameron.
Premier Joy, Melanie's Magic, Ashes to Ashes, Hippie John, Poplar, Artie, Doc Darrell, Mr. Riley. They're on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Championship Sunday at Charlottetown starts right now. They're up and pacing. Premier Joy at the rail, the first one into the turn. Melanie's Magic is second. Poplar Artie third. Ashes to Ashes. On the rail, fourth. The getaway fifth is Hippie John. Then Doc Darrell is sixth, trailing the field. Mr. Riley, so they're quarter pole bound, led by Dowling and Premier Joy. Early company coming to call. Poplar Artie on the outside. Oh, we got a brouhaha on the early going. Welcome to Championship Sunday here. On the outside, Poplar Artie clears the lead of a 28 and 4 opener. Second is Premier Joy. Melanie's Magic. Watch the early battle from third. Fourth coming out of the turn is Ashes to Ashes. Hippie John races fifth. Then in sixth, Doc Darrell trailing the field. That is Mr. Riley. They're halfway home in the opener. Poplar, Artie, and Campbell, the midway point leaders. Oh, they're coming 3 high. Head of the backfield. Second into the turn is Premier Joy. 57-3 was a half a mile as they arrive at the 5-8. Up on the outside, Mr. Riley now the leader. In at the rail, Poplar Artie is second. Premier Joy in the pocket third. Fourth on the cones, that is Melanie's Magic. Hippie John on the outside fifth. Racing six, Ashes to Ashes. Outside the trailer, Doc Darrell 3/4 up in 1. 26-4. Shade more than an 8 left to go. Poplar Artie has battled back to reclaim the lead. Mr. Riley is second. Way wide, Premier Joy. Up the rail, Melanie's Magic. Set the camera up. Welcome to Championship Sunday. Here's the line. Mr. Riley got there. Tight for the deuce between Premier Joy and Melanie's Magic. Oh, wow. What a way to open it up. 156-2.
Okay.
Well, what a way to set up a championship Sunday with the Universal Media Slow-Mo and these exciting stretch drive. This was a theme yesterday, Peter. It's a theme today. And it was Mr. Riley with that bold move at the half that made it count.
Yeah, hats off to Ken Workington. He'll be back with us shortly. He picked this guy on top here. And let's take you through it here. They were swinging early, 28-4. Popular already won at the front. He got there. 57-3, three-wide move for Mr. Riley up the backstretch. They went toe-to-toe, 126-4. Looked like it might set up for the 2. Melanie's Magic slipping down the passing lane here late. Looks like the 5 tiring in the middle, but the 7 still hanging around late. That's Mr. Riley and Corey. They came first, hung around late, and yes, they're going to get the job done here. 156-2. Tip your hat. First up move. Did all the road work, and there in the end to get the victory. Tight for the deuce, but Mr. Riley and McPherson kick it off on a Sunday afternoon at Red Shores.
Well, the horse had to earn it today, and he's arriving at the winner's circle. In the first, number 7, Mr. Riley. Bay facing gelding 4. The son of Steelhead Hanover is off the Artist Cape Dam Chocolate Art. On by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Panat. Corey McPherson training and driving the horse pacing to a new race win record, 156-2. Mr. Riley in the first. The PEI Standard Horse Owners Association has the trackside presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Yeah, can you hear me? Replay of race 1. Right now we have 1-9 on the 2. That's an undefeated horse.
Here's the official results now in the first. Premier Joy was second. Melanie's Magic third. Ashes to Ashes fourth. Hippie John fifth. Poplar Artie sixth. Doc Darrell was seventh. Mr. Riley, the race winner. Fractions up 28-4. 57-3. 126-4. And the mile 156-2. From the top, 2-3-4. 5-6. 7-1. Mr. Riley, 14-10. The exactor was 28.60. Triactor, 177.80. And the superfecta, 189.18.
Okay, so 8 minutes to go before race number 2 this afternoon from the race day broadcast desk. And just before we get to your picks, we're going to slide those in here with Ken Workington, Peter. We will talk a little bit about the HBI and Wi-Fi here on site. All you have to do is click into your settings page, click on your Wi-Fi, get your HBI account. You're always first in line when you do that. And you can do it anywhere in the property here. So Wi-Fi and guest experience with HBIBet.com. Going to roll in the picks today. We do have some special handicappers joining us here today as well. Garnet Burnsdale is on this slate. Ken Workington's on it. Robert Reed Jr. is also coming up here today. And there's your picks. You got a bit of a theme going.
Yeah, we do. And again, Kenny kicked off the day with a nice win, 14-10 on the nose there. I certainly...
Ice cold, as he calls it.
Ice cold. Nice win. Nice way to start off the day. We'll be following along here, and I do like Irish Ray in here this time out. So again, we'll get those picks back up, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Second race, the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old trotters. Miss Briley Ridge 1 is owned by Claire McDonald, Ian Tate, Marcus McGuinness, and Arnold Rankin of Nova Scotia. Claire McDonald, the trainer-driver. Irish Ray 2, owned by the Three Wiseman Stable of Kingston, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. Windermere Got Muscle 3, owned by But We Hear Now Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Danny McDonald, driven by Jason Hughes. Dynamical Tad 4 is owned by Bill Kenny of Hunter River and Gary Ford of Stratford, trained by Vaughn Doyle, today Kenny Arsenault. 5 Getting Salty, owned by Blaine White of South Panette, Blaine trains, Corey McPherson drives. 5 minutes wagering time on the second. This is the start of the early pick 4 with a low 15% takeout. A message from Cavendish Farms is next. Proud sponsor of the Atlantic Sire Stakes and the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend.
Every kitchen is a restaurant. Fish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries. Every kitchen is a restaurant. Fish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries.
All right, there's a look. Championship Sunday and the selections. Great to have these gentlemen on the card today. They were part of it yesterday. They're busy on their social media channels, which we really appreciate. But there's Garnet Burnsdale, 2, 3, 5, and 1. Robert Reed Jr. working on a 2, 5, 3, and 4. Workington's in the mix. McPhee's in the mix. They're all in the mix. Race day selections or classifier's choice. Lots to choose from, Peter.
Yeah, lots to choose from. Great job by Matt on these. These look super sharp for Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. And these guys are well known if you're following them on social media today. Garnet Burnsdale and Robert Reed Jr. They do a lot of picks for Woodbine Mohawk. They're well known in the harness racing circles, and they're making selections today on Championship Sunday. Okay, 3 to go here before race number 2 this afternoon, and it is the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old trotters, they're going for $15,000 today. And Ken, we're going to land on the 2 here, Irish Ray for the Three Wiseman Stable of Kingston. A perfect 9-for-9 season. Do you see him going 10 for 10?
He is a likely a winner here, of course, at 1-9. Virtually impossible to go against this undefeated 9-for-9 gelding from a very limited first crop of the Muscle Hill Stallion Muscle through it. He draws inside here for Mark Campbell, a short field. It looks like he's never been asked. A perfect 10 season is imminent.
Thanks again to the Atlantic Sire Stakes program, PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, as part of the sponsorship on this race as well. Getting salty here for Blaine White of South Panat, and Blaine is the trainer. Corey McPherson to do the driving. Kenny, this 2-year-old filly by Muscle Through It, put together a nice season. You can see 9 starts, 8 of them in the top 3. She likes to finish second.
Yes, a runner-up to Irish Ray 3 times this season. I like the ambitious ways. I'm looking for this one to play the prime opportunist role with a nice start, a nice option here if you think possibly Irish Ray can somehow falter. And I'd like to thank Corey McPherson for making me sweat it out with that adventurous trip in the opener.
Well, he's your guy. He was your guy Old Home Week, and he seems to be kicking it off in Breeders' Crown Weekend for you.
Yeah, it's looking like maybe a career season for Mr. McPherson.
Yeah, having a bang-up year. Okay, under 2 to go here before race number 2. Want you in on the action. Had a real nice ticket to kick it off here on Sunday afternoon. And here we go with Windermere Got Muscle here. The 2-year-old by Muscle Through It for But We Hear Now stable of Charlottetown. Danny McDonald trains Jason Hughes to do the driving. We talked about getting salty, finishing second. Kenny, this guy likes to finish third.
Well, steady, productive gelding for Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight, who we shared a few adult beverages with during Old Home Week. He's repeatedly been left in the wake of Irish Ray, and maybe the nightmare continues today. We'll find out. Right now, he is 7-1.
Okay, so we're getting set to go here today in Charlottetown for Championship Sunday, and here's the first one with the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final 2-year-old trotters. They're going for $15,000. The finalist trophies are here, and maybe you couldn't hear us, and we apologize for that, but we are making some adjustments as we go here. But yeah, we are, the finalist trophies are located at the end in turfs with a big Atlantic Breeders' Crown backdrop. Can't miss it. And they're there, and you can get your trophies. And, of course, for all the finalists, that's something special to take home for sure as we get set to go here today. Get your photos for that. And we'll be doing a hit from there a little later on. So. So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the second here today, and Championship Sunday back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
The first Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final. For 2-year-old trotters lineup, Miss Briley Ridge, Irish Ray, Windermere Got Muscle, Dynamical Tad, Getting Salty, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and trotting Windermere Got Muscle and Irish Ray are leaving out. Dynamical Tad will be third into the turn, Getting Salty from the outside fourth. Then the trailer, Miss Briley Ridge. So they arrive at the 8th pole. It's Irish Ray to lead it to the backstretch in line to Mark Campbell. Racing from second is Windermere Got Muscle. Then away third, Dynamical Tad. Racing from fourth is Getting Salty. Trailing the field, Miss Briley Ridge fifth. So in straight alignment at the opening quarter mile, the undefeated colt out in front is Irish Ray. Getting the 2-hole ride, Windermere Got Muscle. Dynamical Tad trots third on the turn. 30-1 was the opening quarter mile. Then in fourth is Getting Salty, and trailing the field, Miss Briley Ridge. Off the turn they come. Down the stretch, approaching the opening half mile. No movement as they watch Irish Ray bring them over to the first half. Windermere Got Muscle continuing second. Racing third, that's Dynamical Tad. There goes Getting Salty to the outside fourth. And the trailer, that is Miss Briley Ridge. 1 minute and 3 was the half. So solid fractions here put up by Campbell and Irish Ray leading at 5/8. Right there, second is Windermere Got Muscle. Getting Salty is taken over third. Racing fourth, Dynamical Tad. Miss Briley Ridge is moving up fifth as they arrive at the 3/4, and it's Irish Ray the leader. Windermere Got Muscle is second. Third, that is Getting Salty. Miss Briley Ridge on the outside fourth. 132 was the 3/4, and they're turning for home. Irish Ray looking for 10 in a row. Windermere Got Muscle looking for the upset. Way wide. Miss Briley Ridge is there third. Deep stretch now. They land on the wire, and Irish Ray from Mark Campbell captures the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old trotters. Windermere Got Muscle second. Miss Briley Ridge third. 2-0, 2 and 4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 2 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Atlantic Sire Stakes, PEI Harness Racing Industry, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, 2-year-old trotters. Ken Workington, Irish Ray, had to work for it here today. He got the front, cut it all out, but he had some pressure late.
Yeah, and I think he did some good work he just got better as the mile went on. He had to go 30-1, a minute 3/5, and 132 to 3/4. Pretty much had it there, but turning for home, we had Windermere Got Muscle, and the Blue Knight pushed him to the wire here after that perfect trip, was taking dead aim. But Irish Ray, as I said, he just became a little smoother and stronger as the mile progressed. 30-4 final quarter here into the stretch headwinds today for Irish Ray. A perfect 10 season. It might not be over. He's a 2-year-old gelding by Muscle Through It for 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston. Mark Campbell trains and drives this perfect gelding. Irish Ray winning the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final 2-year-old trot.
Well, how do you say perfection? Well, you say it Irish Ray. He arrives at the second race, winner's circle. Perfection on the year with 10 lifetime starts, 10 trips to the winner's circle. Trotting Big Gelding 2 by Muscle Through It from the Garland Lobel Dam, highly organized. Owned by 3 Wiseman Stable of Kingston. The colt bred by Blaine White of Bell River. Mark Campbell training and driving. It's a wire-to-wire victory in 2-0, 2 and 4. Irish Ray in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Final.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. The top tier of Atlantic Canadian stallions have their hooves planted firmly at Windermere Farms in Springvale, PEI. When breeding an Atlantic Canadian champion, look no further than Malicious, Legion of Honor, Source of Pride, and Somewhere Fancy. Go to Windermere Farms, PEI.weebly.com for more information.
Here's the official results in the second. Miss Bradley Ridge third, Irish Ray the winner. Windermere Got Muscle second. Dynamical Tad fifth. Getting Salty finished fourth. The fractions of 30 and 1. 1 minute 3. 132. And the mile 202 and 4. In review 312. 54. Irish Ray 210 to win. The exactor 470. Triactor 2870. Superfecta 372. The early daily double 1180.
All right, Peter, just before the horses step on the track here for race number 3, David Corrigan, Century 21, Colonial Realty, Inc., special thanks to him as a sponsor in the Pancake Breakfast this morning, and Memory Lane Display. Can't miss that this weekend. If you're here, you can't miss it. And there are the picks for the upcoming third race. Boy, what a great selection here today. A lot of folks working on the picks on this championship Sunday.
Yeah, they sure are. Like you mentioned, yeah, I just took a walk into the Memory Lane display. It's a beautiful display. And again, thank you to Jerry McCabe and Paul Murphy and everybody that took part in that. Make sure you come up here to the second floor to see it this afternoon.
Third race on the track, David Corrigan of Century 21 Colonial Realty Incorporation with a presentation. Phil D'Orleans 1, owned by Kenton Andrew Williams and Lyndon Hardy, Jason Hughes, training and driving. 2 is I See True Grid, owned by Joey Gallant of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Jules Barrio. 3, Bugger Max, owned by Gordon White and Dale Orr of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Earl Watts. David Dowling will drive. Kenny Murphy does the post parade. 4, George's Credit, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire. Stephen Shepard will drive. Carson Wilkie does the post parade. 5 is JK Express, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jarrett Perot. Adam Murner will drive. Jarrett Perot does the post parade. 6 is Winsong Quincy, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault. Deborah Wilson and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault. Corey McPherson will drive. Colin Shepard will do the post parade. Number 7, Keeper Floored, owned by Wendy and Chris McRae of Belfast, trained by Roger McRae, Kenny Arsenault driving. 4 minutes wagering time on the third. This is Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, presented by Cavendish Farms and the City of Charlottetown.
So there you have it, and with the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, a lot of moving parts. It started on Friday, of course, with the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, an all-time record. Highest sales in Atlantic Canada history, Atlantic Canadian history. That happened on Friday. We'll have more on that. 1.8 million around there, Peter. And, boy, some great sale prices. Congratulations to all the organizers. I know Nick Oakes, the chair of the sale committee, and Julie James and Kent Oakes. A lot of folks doing a lot of hard work.
Great work. And as you said, I think the average was just over 15,000. So, again, terrific job by everybody at the sale. Great racing yesterday. The banquet was last night. That was terrific. Great job by everyone there. And Lee, we're kicking it off with a beautiful day here on the island for the championship races.
And David Corrigan, Century 21, Colonial Realty, will be trackside next.
All right, here we are with the 7, Kenny. This time out, you had the 7 in race 1. You're going back to the 7 here. Wendy and Chris McRae of Belfast, they share the ownership. Roger McRae trains Kenny Arsenault. You like them from post 7.
Yeah, the classic Kenny Arsenault with Keeper Floored. 5-2, the current choice on the board here. The 4-year-old makes only his second start as a 4-year-old. So lots of upside here off a strong rally to hit the board. Loads of potential. Just needs the right speed target to shoot at today. And Peter, by the way, a happy Canadian Thanksgiving weekend.
Yep.
You know, I get 2 Thanksgivings.
You were just in Canada, right? So I'm sure you did some celebrating with your brother.
Absolutely. We did some fishing, some golfing, and socializing.
Yes, and we'll thank you, Kenny, for that. We'll have a nice meal a little bit later on this afternoon. Okay, from the outside rail to the inside rail. And this is Phil D'Orleans this afternoon. Kent Williams, Andrew Williams, Lyndon Hardy, they all share the ownership. Jason Hughes in the bike here. He also does the training. Kenny, they got a good spot to work from.
Yeah, just 1 for 15 season. That's a minor concern here. He came up empty last time at Summerside. Another knock there, but he moves inside. That could be a key here. Gets another shot at this reduced level for the Blue Knight, and now he is the 2-1 favorite.
Moving over to the 3, Bugger Max here for Gordon White and Dale Orr of St. John. Earl Watts trains. It's David Dowling this afternoon. They're dropping down, Kenny.
Yeah, another drop and pop candidate here. Roughed it first over for the narrow loss 2 starts back. He drops back to that level with an inside draw, high percentage connections, but just 1 for 17 this season to keep in mind when you're heading to the windows here. 4-1. So it's a 7-1-3. And by the way, Peter, it's a belated congratulations to your esteemed track announcer, Vance Cameron, of course, our broadcast colleague. He was a nominee for, as you know, the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame. Great nomination there.
Absolutely, and well-deserved, Kenny, as we bring Lee back in here. Great words by Kenny, and certainly a well-deserved nomination for Vance.
Well, I introduced Vance last night for the fact that he did have the best race call. This was voted by the fans, by the way. And I could say, you could say it in Canada and throughout North America, but there were votes from all over the world.
Yeah.
on that call in 2008 when Funnel Bay Matt and Earl Smith won it. So, you know, Kenny and I were talking the other night as we normally do sometimes on a weeknight. We like to have a little chat. And, yeah, we all agree. I mean, wouldn't that be the place that Vance would love to be, and we'd all love to see it. So you never know. It could happen. I believe it will. Anyway, post time's coming up here. We'll get the bugle out of the way, the official call in horse racing, and we'll be back with more in a minute. All right, the only equipment change on here is the one Phil d'Orleans, no blinkers. So they removed the blinkers today on that 7-year-old. And Jason used to do the driving. There's a look at Barrio back in it. I see True Grit here for Barrio, Ron Matheson, and Joey Gallant in Charlottetown. Had a nice chat to Joey there just a few minutes ago as we're getting set. And I do want to remind folks, yes, and, you know, we get a lot of questions. We understand that because not everybody's taking notes. But, yeah, Memory Lane will end today. So if you want to go see it, yes, it's near the grandstand, just past our grandstand here in the second level. And, Peter, it's a must-see place.
Yeah, I was just saying that I was in there earlier today, and Paul Murphy, Jerry McCabe, and their committee did a fantastic job. Again, all the families that were honored this year are being honored in the Memory Lane display, but there's tons of pictures of history from the past racing in the Maritimes. It's worth a visit. Come up to the second floor today and take a look.
Dr. Don Ling with the committee as well, so they were here last night. So we're getting close here on the 3rd on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And speaking of Joey Gallant and A&M Snow Removal, they are teaming up with Barrio, and they're raising money in the Drive for Charity for MS Society. So another great combination, another great way to cheer them on. And you know what? Barrio could get his 5,000th here. Wouldn't that be something? Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the 3rd. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Oh, and Ken Warden, thank you for your kind comments on the nomination. It meant so much to this race caller. Let me say one thing about Frank Solive, who's going to the Hall. I used to go to Mohawk just to listen to Frank. Mohawk was a happening place back in the day. Frank Solive, congratulations and your Hall of Fame induction. Here's the 3rd. Post time. The rough and pacing JK Express towards the rail. Phil d'Orleans in between them. I see True Grit around the turn. They're 3 high. Coming up from the outside to take over 4th is Keeper Floored. Getting away 5th is Bugger Max. Then in 6th, George's Credit. Trailing the field, Windsong Quincy. They're quarter pole bound, led by the Blue Knight. Aboard Phil d'Orleans. Tucked away in the 2-hole is I see True Grit. JK Express took the seat. He's now 3rd. Keeper Floored left hard and is now mid-pack 4th. Racing 5th is Bugger Max. Then it's George's Credit 6th. Trailing 7th, Windsong Quincy 28. And 2, the opening quarter mile. Off the turn they come and they straighten down the stretch. Here comes the backfield in motion now. On the point towards the half, Phil d'Orleans. Second is I See True Grit. Here comes Keeper Floored first up on the outside for Arsenault. Following that cover out from 4th is Bugger Max. Now at the rail 5th is JK Express. He has nowhere to go. Moving up 6th is George's Credit. Trailing 7th, that is Windsong Quincy. 59 and 1 was the half. They got a comfortable second quarter breather. Phil Dorlane swings on the back stretch, going to 3/4. Keeper Ford now at his wheel. In the pocket, third is Icy True Grit. Fourth on the outside, Bugger Max. Hemmed in at the rail, fifth is JK Express. Then it's George's Credit and a wins on Quincy. 3/4 up in a 1. 28 and 3 on the turn for the final time. Eighth of a mile out. Phil Dorlene's the leader. I See True Grit coming to the outside. Keeper Ford is third. George's Credit fourth. Deep stretch now. Phil Dorlene's and the Blue Knight go all the way. Second is JK Express. I See True Grit third. 1:58 flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 3 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. David Corrigan, Century 21 Colonial Realty Inc. presentation coming up. Kenny, we talked about it in the pre-race. He got to the inside here today, took full advantage of the Blue Knight.
Yeah, the Blue Knight right to the top here to boss it, minus the blinkers today, just 1 for 15 on the season, and rebounds off a clunker at Summerside. Second shot at this reduced level, but let's call a spade here. It's the Blue Knight with a front-end masterpiece here, rating a 30-4 second quarter, 28-2, 59-1, 128-3, and this classy son of Shanghai Phil polishes it off with a 29-3, 158 flat. Phil Dorlene's all the way at 3-1 here over JK Express. Up the inside for Adam Murner's second. I See True Grit, a 2-hole ride, finishing third for Gilles Berrios, still looking for that 4,000th or 5,000th career victory. Phil Dorlene's all the way in the third.
Well, David Corrigan is the longest-serving sponsor of the Weekend of Champions. Mighty proud to have him back here in 2022. He's at trackside with the cooler. Here comes the third race winner, Phil Dorlene. The Bay Pacing Gelding 7 by Shanghai Phil. Off the ship's purser, Dam Legend Orleans, owned by Kenton Andrew Williams and Lyndon Hardy. Trained and driven by the Blue Knight Jason Hughes. And every call's a winning one in a 1:58 flat. Phil Dorlene's in the third.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in the third. Phil Dorlene's the winner. I See True Grit third. Bugger Max finished fifth. George's Credit was sixth. JK Express second. Winsong Quincy fourth. Keeper Ford was seventh. 28-2. 59-1. 128 and 3, and the mile 158. In review, 135, 62, 47. Phil Orleans, 850 to win. The exactor, 59.80. The triactor, 114.60. And the superfecta, 133.74.
Okay, so the 3-year-old trot final is coming up next for $15,000, all part of Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend at Cavendish Farms. Thank you for your continued sponsorship, and nice to see that presentation last night with Jubbs Bristow that was here from Cavendish Farms. Drive for Charity, as we mentioned, Peter, it's going to be a busy weekend for Drive for Charity, the drivers, the charities, the businesses. Have a look at some of the slates here for you coming up. The PI Harness Racing Industry Association, Adam Murner, raising money for Joy Riders. Red Shores, we're teaming up with Dale Spence for United Way. Andrew Stables, Dundas, Ontario, Milton PEI, David Dowling, Kidsport PEI. So just a great theme there for you, and it is going to be a busy weekend for those drivers and everyone involved, and all for a good cause.
Yeah, and it runs all the way to the first weekend of December, so we'll be talking about it lots before we get there.
The 3-year-old trotters for the 4th race are on the track for the post parade. Number 1, Majian Raptor, owned and trained by Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Jim will drive. Headline Howie 2 is owned by Jamie Whelan of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Getting all fired up, number 3 is owned and trained by Blaine White of South Pinette. Mark Campbell drives. King in the North, number 4. The owners are Doug Matheson, Dunsan Farms, and Wayne Oakes, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Jason Hughes. 5 is Cadillac, owned by Claire McDonald of Antigonish and Wayne Burley from Truro, Nova Scotia. Claire trains and drives. 6 is Upelia, owned by Riley Farms Limited of Summerside, trained by Claire McDonald. Kenny McDonald drives. 7 is Ocean View Cicero, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Number 8 is Majian Salsa, owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Jim Ripley. Kenny Murphy catch drives. 5 minutes wagering time on the 4th. This is Race Day Live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island.
Well, there you have it, Peter. Championship Sunday selections. Great work there with Universum. Matt creating the board there for the 4th.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Garnet and Robert, they do have a bit of a theme here.
Yeah, they do. Garnet up top with 6.352, and Robert Reed below, and he's very close, 6.532. So, like you said, they're matching strides pretty much there, Lee.
Yeah, it's looking like that, and they have a lot of action right now happening on social media, which we do appreciate that as well. So Workington's in the mix here, and you're in the mix, and we are getting set to go for a busy Well, it is the trot final. I mean, let's face it, 3-year-old trotters, it should be fun to watch.
Yeah, going to be great.
Track.
Yeah, they're going for 15,000 here, and we're going to land on Kenny's top choice. This is Cadillac here for Claire McDonald and Wayne Burley of Truro. They share the ownership. Claire does the driving as well. And again, Kenny looking for the first win, but like I said in the picks, Claire is always clutch when money's on the line.
Yes, one of my favorite horse people from the Maritimes and the Uphelia stablemate, just 1 for 18, winless in 9 this season, but oddly had broken equipment in his last 2. He stalks from mid-pack here for Claire McDonald and just looks like a prime opportunist should the favorite falter. Right now, 4-1.
And the next door neighbor is the 6. This is Uphelia for Raleigh Farms of Summerside. And Claire McDonald trains. Kenny McDonald's going to do the driving, the regular pilot on Uphelia. And what a career this guy has put together. 19 starts, 16 of those wins. Kenny, 7 this year.
He's the son of Armbro Barrister, last season's 2-year-old champion. And he's maintained his dominant form for Kenneth and Claire McDonald. 16 for 19 lifetimes, 7 for 9 this season. He made it 12 in a row with that scintillating 159-4 at Summerside and returns to Charlottetown on a familiar high note. Right now, 3-4, the favorite.
We're just under 2 to go here before race number 4. Again, thank you to Atlantic Sire Stakes, PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. It's the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 3-year-old trotters, 15,000 the purse today. So we're looking at the 3 getting all fired up here. Blaine White owns. Blaine does the training as well. Mark Campbell in the bike. Kenny, great spot to work from post 3 today.
And on the tote board, Peter, he's getting all fired up here at 6-5. A solid third behind the McDonald standouts in his last 2. A very consistent gelding draws better today for Mark Campbell. He figures to be stalking well within striking range.
Just before we go to gate here in the 4th, and with the trotters, I think this is only fitting, Peter, that, this morning there's the Premier, the Honorable Dennis King, presenting the Joe Smallwood Award, the Memorial Award, going to Ralph Anir. Now, Ralph wasn't able to be here today, but his grandson, Jack Panting, is there to accept that award, and what a nice touch that is.
Certainly is, and again, we want to say hello to Ralph, and a well-deserved. We were talking just over the past few weeks. Ralph is probably one of the biggest winners in the Atlantic Sire Stake programs, 2- and 3-year-olds. Speaking of trotters, Maple Leaf Noble went on that huge winning streak over the years for Ralph. So, yes, congratulations to Ralph. Very well-deserved. He's been a respectable horseman throughout his whole career, and a very well-deserved award.
Well, starter Jeff McDonald and driver Scotty McKendrick rolling that Metro Home Building Center starting gate into position here for the 4th race today and on Championship Sunday. Yes, and Sam Space, a.k.a. Saving Sammy, will lead the post parade in our next race coming out. So getting some texts on that. Heard the pregame. Appreciate that. As the Trotters getting ready to go today. 50-50 now on the top of the park. There's a great opportunity for getting to 50-50 here today. Tracy's here, and if you're in the top of the park and you want a 50-50 ticket, now's the time to get one from the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association. Our world headquarters today, Redshores.ca, in-house monitors, Channel 2, FM 98.5. For the 4th, back upstairs the call with Vance Cameron.
3-year-old trotters in the Crown Final. Armagiant Raptor, headline Howie getting all fired up. King in the North, Cadillac. Up Helia, Ocean View, Cicero. And on the grandstand side comes Magian Salsa. Post time. Up and trotting and leaving out its headline Howie. On the rail, Magian Raptor. 3rd into the turn is getting all fired up. Cadillac, he'll get away 4th. Now moving up 5th, that is Up Helia. On the run, King in the North is 6th. Then Ocean View Cicero, and the trailer is Magian Salsa. So along the backstretch they go. Oh, and a little to-it and at it and to-it on the front end here. Alder sitting up early. On the outside, it's headline Howie. Magian Raptor taking them on well by the opening quarter. Watching the battle, 3rd is getting all fired up. Cadillac is on the run 4th. Up Helia, well off the leaders. There goes headline Howie off stride up the turn. Check along the inside. That was Magian Raptor that hit the run. Down the stretch they come. And headline Howie is the leader as they arrive at the opening half mile. In line to Mike McGuigan. 2nd is getting all fired up. Up Helia has joined the leaders 3rd. Back to 4th, Ocean View Cicero. 28-3 was the quarter, and the half was 58-1. A serious tempo going on in here. By the 5/8, it's headline Howie, the leader. Up Helion, now on the outside 2nd. 3rd up the rail is getting all fired up. 4th is Ocean View Cicero. Cadillac moving up 5th. Then in 6th, Magian Salsa. Magian Raptor is 7th, and the trailer, King in the North, the 3/4 in 1. 29-2. They trot around the turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile to go. Headline Howie is still there. Up Heliani outside is 2nd. Getting all fired up 3rd. Down the stretch they come. Getting racing on the outside. That's Up Helia. He needed all the racetrack, but he captures the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for Kenny McDonald. 2nd is headline Howie. Getting all fired up 3rd. Home in 2 minutes. 1/5. We are under an inquiry. There is a judge's inquiry.
Okay, here's the replay for race number 4 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Atlantic Breeders' Crown, final 3-year-old trot. They went for $15,000 today. Kenny will take you through it. We are under an inquiry. The 1 and the 2 battled early here today, a couple of breakers, and Up Halia didn't panic, just waited to the end and got the job done.
And somehow Kenny McDonald was able to avoid all the breakers in here. What an effort from headline Howie at 22-1, taking on that late pressure from Up Helia. The son of Armbro Barrister, last year's 2-year-old champion, eventually wears him down for the McDonald clan here. 8-4-10 on the season, 2 minutes and 1/5 on fractions of 28-3, 58-1, 129-2. Up Helia is a champion again in Atlantic Breeders' Crown action here today over headline Howie, and getting all fired up. Inquiry continues.
The judges' inquiry underway in the fourth race involves the multiple breaking horses. Results of the judges' inquiry, no violations. Apelia arriving at the fourth race winner's circle, trotting vehicle 3 by Armbro Barrister off the Burnt Hanover Dam, Burnt with Finesse, owned by Rowley Farms Limited of Summerside. The colt bred by Greg McKenzie of Nova Scotia. He's trained by Claire McDonald. He's driven to victory by Kenny McDonald. Colt has his 17th victory in 20 starts this afternoon, 2 minutes and a 1/5. Apelia capturing the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final 3-year-old trotters.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. Atop of the rolling hills of central Prince Edward Island is one of the premier training and breeding establishments in Atlantic Canada. Windermere Farms is where champions call home. To send your horse to a winning team, call Earl Watts or visit windermerefarmspei.weebly.com to learn more.
Here's the official results now in the fourth. Giant Raptor was 7th. Headline Howie 2nd. Getting all fired up 3rd. King in the North was 8th. Cadillac finished 4th. Apelia, the race winner. Ocean View Cicero 6th. Magian Salsa finished 5th. They went 28-3, 58-1, 129-2, and the mile 2 minutes and a 1/5. In review, 7-2-3, 8-4-1, 6-5. Apelia paid $220. The exactor $26.80. Triactor $30.60. Superfactor was $5.82. Ladies and gentlemen, pleased to welcome back to Prince Edward Island and Red Shores will be Sam Space and driver Dennis Baxter as they lead the 5th race on Post Parade today. Sam Space, also known as Saving Sammy series on CTV, campaigned in the Maritimes from 2006 to 2008. He was bred and raised by Denny Baxter and scored 23 lifetime wins and made over 160,000 in purses while taking a record on the half-mile track at Yonkers of 153-2. He was a winner here at the CDP in August of 2008 in 155-1 for owner-driver Dennis Baxter. It's a pleasure to see him back at the racetrack leading the post parade. You'll have a chance to meet him later today. There is a stall set up at the far end of the grandstand next to the East Leak Center. Welcome back to PEI, Sam Space and Denny Baxter. On parade, here's the fifth. Spicy P1, Robbie Hughes, Stratford the owner, Jason Hughes training and driving. 2 Moon Riders owned by Debbie Element of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson, Jill's Burial. Number 3, Boys Turn, owned by Claire Murphy of Millvale. Joel and Jeremy Watts of Springvale, trained and driven by David Dowling. 4 Manterios, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Danny Gillis drives. 5 Best of Hers, owned by Neil Mose of Cornwall, trained by Neil Bambrick, Mark Bradley driving. 6 is Acrobat Hanover, owned by Lenny, Maddie, and Liam Myers, and Robin Lodgeness, trained by Lenny Myers, driven by Mark Campbell. Navalny, number 7, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie, Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner. 8 is Burnout Hanover, owned by Orwell Bay Stable of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on a race number 5. It's the first of 2 super high fives on this afternoon's program. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections here in the 5th race. And once again, nice to see Sam Space and Denny Baxter back to the racetrack here on Championship Sunday at the driving park. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And here in the 5th, I'm going to go to the 4, Manterio. How's about the longest shot in the morning line? Gentlemen, I'm going to go out on a limb today and use Manterio to upset them here in the 5th. I like the 2 Moon Rider, drops down a bit in class, gets Barrio today. I'm going to the far outside in 8 Burnout Hanover for 3rd. Then I like 6 Acrobat Hanover, and then I'll wind it up with the 1 Spicy P off the rail. So my super high 5 ticket will be 4, 2, 8, 6, and 1. Down to the desk and your choices.
All right, well, you know what even makes this so much more exciting is that super high 5 carryover and on the Vance Cam today. And that carryover is about, there it is right there for this race, 370.33 is the carryover, Peter, on top of that, and Ken. So that even adds to the mix here today.
Wants you to make it buy a ticket here. Wants to make you buy a ticket. So yeah, I'll go quickly here. I do like the 1, 3, 4, 2, and 7. So again, for me, 1, 3, 4, 2, 7. Kenny, over to you.
Yeah, Moonrider, the favorite here. I'm going to chalk out the 10-year-old veteran who's landed on the edges in his last 2. At the preferred 1 and 2 levels, 3 Boys Turn, 8 Burnout Hanover to round out the top 3, and I'll add the 6 and 7, so it's a 2, 3, 8, 6, 7.
Okay, 2 to go here before race number 5. And Kenny, I think it was 2, 3, 8, 6, 7 you had in your selections there. So we'll land on the 2 here. Right. And this is Moonrider for Debbie Element of Village Green. Colin Johnson trains. Jill Barrio going to do the driving. And the horse was in Summerside last time out, preferred 2. So back to Charlottetown at the 21.01 level and lands in a good spot.
Yeah, as I mentioned off the top here, on the edges in his last 2.
And Denny Baxter returning to the driving park in Charlottetown on Championship Sunday.
Strong in the win column is Moonrider here, 6 to 5. He lands in an ideal class and post relief spot, and I think this is where Jill's Barrio gets 5,000.
All right, there's a look at the 3 right now on race number 5. Nice to see Sam Space here today, leading the post parade. He scored down, looks good. 18 years old now. It's amazing, really, Peter, and he'll be on the tarmac a little later. There's a look at boys' turn right now on the track. David Dowling training and driving today for Claire Murphy and Joel and Jeremy Watts. Springvale, we do a lot of work with the Watts boys, and great to have them here today. Got a good shot in here right now at 5-2.
Yeah, the 1-3 back on the rail was really good, where he was tucked in all the way, was a winner by a neck, and 56 and 3 closed out 28-1. That was at the 21:01 level. Same spot he's in today. And his last couple have been pretty good as well. 5th on the edges, 2 back, and then last time he was real good. First up, second by a neck. Fernhill General won it, and boys turned right there in the end, 55-2, 29-2 on the end. Good spot to work from. Dowling in the bike, 5-2. And we'll move to the 8th. This is Burnout Hanover for the Orwell-based Able of Orwell. Jeff Holmes trains. He's had a huge year, 16 for 22 in top 3s and 6 wins. Kenny, you're going to put him in your ticket here.
Yeah, he wired a preferred 2 in 156-1, 2 starts back. He came right back with a solid second from post 7. So I think he can handle the outside today at a nice price at 19-1. And he's on his toes for Jeff Holmes, who's enjoying a .449 percentage season.
Just had a look at Navaldi there, and Adam Murner and Melissa Rennie here today. Dale and Ronnie Rennie, they have to work it from post 7. Let's go 2 slots to the left here. This is Best to Hurst. Mark Bradley doing the driving here today. Comes into the action for Neely Bambrick, and Neil Mose of Cornwall is the owner. And Bradley one away from career win 1,000, 8,179 career drives. He's got 1,011 seconds, 1,046 thirds, Peter. Very impressive. $4.5 million in purses. And by the way, 2006 was his busiest year in the bike. 765 drives, 806,000 in purse money that year too. So nice to see Bradley. He's been gunning for it, and he's got a shot in here.
Class act all the way is Mark Bradley, and he always has been. And you got this guy to the wire first last time. You can see from post 7 where he rallied late and reached up at the very end to get the goal, 56-2, 29-4 in the end of it. That was at the 18:01, so he bumps up a notch here today. Mark back in the bike, knocking on the door for the milestone, and we'll see how he does with Best to Hurst, 14-1.
Well, we should get some good action here in the Super High 5 with that carryover added into the mix. And here we go with the 5th race. Back upstairs for the call with Vance Cameron.
Spicy P, Moonrider. Boys turn Manterio. Best to Hurst, Acrobat Hanover. Navalny and Burnout Hanover on the outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Sam Space. Saving Sammy. Post time. Up and pacing Spicy P and Moonrider leave out. Crossing over from the grandstand side. Burnout Hanover leaves into the turn to get away 4th. That's boys' turn. Manterio dropped in 5th, away in 6th. Best to Hurst. That is Acrobat Hanover, and trailing the field, Navalny. Along the backstretch they go. Burnout Hanover clears the lead. In line to Brady Sweet. Now second, that is Spicy P. Third up the rail, Moonrider. Boys' turn is 4th. They look like they're rolling along here. That's Manterio 5th. Opening quarter rolling. I guess they are. Boom! Just like that. 27-1 1. Open this one up. And Burnout Hanover is missionized on the lead, clear by 5. Spicy P is second. Moonrider third. Fourth is Boy's Turn. Manterio fifth. There goes Pesterhurst to the outside, 6. Seventh on the outside is Acrobat Hanover. Trailing the field, that is Navalny, 55-3. Opening half mile, wow, 28 and 2 in the second quarter. To the backstretch they go, leading by a half a dozen lengths. Burnout Hanover, Spicy P second, Moonrider third, Boys Turn fourth, Manterio fifth, Pesterhurst between horses 6, Acrobat Hanover 3 high 7th, and Navalny is 8th. 3 quarters in 1, 24 and 3. They have an 1/8 of a mile to go. Burnout Hanover. Here is Spicy P on the outside to take over, and Moonrider is there. Boys Turn coming up the inside on the wire next, and it's Spicy P in the Blue Knight with Moonrider and Boys Turn. 154-3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 5 from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Sam Space saving Sammy Pace here this afternoon. Burnout Hanover zooms off the wings, but the Blue Knight tracks him down late, Kenny.
Yes, Peter, things get very spicy here on the lead, 27-1, 55-3, and 124-3 as Burnout Hanover rockets to the top. He blasts off and cuts all the fractions out on a mission. He comes up short. Spicy P, perfect two-hole ride here. Great drive by Jason Hughes as he doubles up. It's the best mile of this 4-year-old by Up the Credit season. Moonrider up the inside with that 3-hole ride and is going to rally on the far outside for Gilles Barrio to get the deuce. Boys Turn third. Spicy P in the Blue Knight in the 5th. The Sam Space saving Sammy Pace.
Spicy P arriving at the 5th race winner's circle, pacing brown gelding 4 years, the son of Up the Credit, is off the Camelot Dam. Sydney Sealster, owned by Robbie Hughes of Stratford. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has the training double and the driving double on this day. An excellent trip on the horse of 154-3. Spicy P in the Sam Space saving Sammy Pace with the trackside presentation. Here's the official results now in race 5. Spicy P, the winner. Moonrider was second. Boys Turn third. Manterio fourth. Baxter Hurst 7th. Acrobat Hanover was 8th. Navalny finished 5th. Burnout Hanover 6th. Fractions went 27-1. 55-3. 124-3. And the mile went 154-3. In review, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 5, 6. Spicy P 980 to win. Exactor 2060. Triactor 8970. Super High 5 at 173.83. Well, Sam Space is going to take one more trip into a winner's circle. Saving Sammy. What a series. What a horse. Proud to have Jason and Denny Baxter here on the weekend of champions. And you'll get a meet and greet with Denny and Sam Space at a stall located just outside the East Link Center. Denny Baxter, thanks for being part of Championship Sunday. On the track is today's sixth race. It's the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old filly pacers. Woodmere Jade 1, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. with Miles Sr. driving. 2 is How Much Julia, owned by Doug Matheson, Janet Sanderson, and Dunsan Farms. Trained by Nick Oakes, Jason Hughes. Our Girl Annie 3, owned by Blaine, Jessica, and Jennifer Tebow of Kensington. Trained by Eddie Doucette, Mark Bradley. Redland Miss Pretty 4, owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson. Trained by Carl Williams, Kenny Murphy up. 5 is Elm Grove Red Wine, owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, and Brittany Watts, David Dowling training and driving. Marina Del Rey 6, owned by Greyland Farm, Gulf Shore, Robert Samar from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell is the trainer driver. 7 is Rosetown Mary, owned by Carrie and Emily Taylor of Stratford and Lisa Richards of Cornwall. Trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Number 8, It's Up to You, is owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Jill's Barrio above the wheels. Only 3 minutes wagering time in race number 6, and it's the start of the on-track Pick 5.
Okay, so Championship Sunday continues. Race 6, there's Garnet Barnsdale and Robert Reed Jr. with their picks here. 3-5-6-7 for Garnet, Robert with 3-5-6-7. Not often you see them matching strides.
No, you don't. I think a lot of people are going to our girl Annie here. I know, Lee, you talked to the ownership last night. Mark Bradley today, so that's a very interesting call, and I think a good call here and a good chance for our girl Annie. I do like what Garnet and Robert are doing there. I do like the 5 and the 6 as well. They're both having really nice years. But yeah, our girl Annie on top for most people here.
What a combination there. Mark Bradley one away from 1,000. Eddie Doucette with just an incredible year, and you're going to see his other trainee in action, the Real Princess,
yep.
coming a little later. And Blaine, Jessica, and Jennifer Tebow of Kenzie, just a great story. And Jessica did such a wonderful job in that interview last night, so we really appreciate that. And by the way, the trophies, if you're a finalist, you can pick up your trophy here today, Championship Sunday, down in Turfs, where the big Atlantic Breeders' Crown display is. Your trophy is there waiting for you. A nice keepsake, and of course you earned it as a finalist.
Okay, getting ready for race number 6, Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, 2-year-old fillies. The first 25,000 this afternoon, and we're landing on Kenny's top pick here. Marina Del Rey for Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, Robert Samara of Halifax. Mark Campbell is the trainer. Mark's going to do the driving, knocking on the door, Kenny, second and third the last couple of times.
Yeah, Peter, I don't think there's as much of a standout in this one. This is a pretty wide-open division here. Marina Del Rey at 2-1 right now. Tobago Case filly going in the right direction for Mark Campbell, hitting the board in her last 3, fresh off a more aggressive effort, and I think she might be sitting on a big one today.
And here is the 3, our girl Annie for Blaine and Jessica. Jennifer Tebow of Kensington and Eddie Doucette trains. Mark Bradley going to do the driving. Kenny 8 and 7 the last couple of times. Moves into post 3. That's a big advantage today.
And sports that mark of 157-1 at Charlottetown. Rallied from an impossible spot to just miss to Elm Grove Red Wine. A consistent filly who draws much better today and reunited with Mark Bradley, looking for career victory at 1,000. Best of luck here, 4-5.
And here's the 5, Elm Grove Red Wine this afternoon. James Quinn, Carl Peterson, Brittany Watts. They're all co-owners. David Dowling trains. David to do the driving, and Kenny, the last time out, left 7, made the way up through the race, and at the end got up to win in 58-3.
Fresh off the mile of her life, David Dowling worked out that smooth trip from post 7, draws a bit better today, held off our girl Annie, regained her winning form, and now stalks from mid-pack off that mile of her life. And Peter, just a quick note, congratulations to trainer Jack Darling, inducted into the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame recently, and he'll send out Bulldog Hanover, the Bulldog in the All-Arage Farms at the Red Mile. 145-4. He's going for 12 in a row today, and of course, looking to lower that world record.
Well, such great stats there, and Bulldog Hanover, what more can you say? Jody Jameson was here last night, Peter, and part of the Jameson family that were honored from Nova Scotia. Dr. Ian Moore is here today, Nancy Moore and the family. They're here on the top of the park today. So we've got some harness
Former
racing.
world champions.
Yeah, top guns here.
Yeah.
Ready to go for Championship Sunday, so an exciting day.
Absolutely. A lot of big people in the house here today, Lee, and it's just such a beautiful day. Tons of people outside, everybody here. And we'll mention that, of course, come up and see Memory Lane on the second floor. Well worth it to take a trip down Memory Lane.
We're getting set to go here, and even money now, right now, on the 3, Our Girl Annie. And I mentioned that really at the end of the day, there was that interview last night with Jessica, which was such a great interview, Peter. And one thing that she described, because she's paddocking the horse, and the one thing she described her as a fighter and with a major attitude.
Yeah,
So-
and again, I did catch the interview this morning. Went back and watched the broadcast. Great job last night. Thought she did very well. She was very poised in the interview. And yes, I like the answer to that question. And I like the fact that today she's moving inside here today. Bradley knocking on the door for a milestone. I think she's going to get a real nice trip. It's not going to be easy to win this race, but I think she's got a real nice shot.
Cavendish Farms, major sponsor of the Atlantic Sire Stakes, and this is what you wait for. This is what you aim for when you're going for 25K. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, it's the 6th. Back upstairs for the call with Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Jade, Hamac Julia, Our Girl Annie, Redland Miss Pretty, Elm Grove Red Wine, Marina Del Rey, Rosetown Mary. It's up to you on the grandstand side. It's the 6th, and they're on the gate and at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Oh, my new friend, Bob Clowater. Always wanted to watch one from the booth. Oh, he's watching the 6th race on Championship Sunday. There they go, off and pacing, and Our Girl Annie leaving out on the rail. It's Woodmere Jade second, third into the turn, Redland Miss Pretty, moving up fourth, Marina Del Rey. Towards the rail, it's Elm Grove Red Wine fifth. Now racing 6, Hamac Julia. 7th is Rosetown Mary. It's up to you on the outside, the trailer. Our Girl Annie clears the lead in line to Mark Bradley. Second is Woodmere Jade, racing from third. That's the long shot. Redland Miss Pretty. Marina Del Rey at the rail fourth. Then in fifth, Elm Grove Red Wine. 28 seconds flat. Opened it up. Lively tempo in the early going. Our Girl Annie will bring him off the turn. Woodmere Jade is second. Here comes Marina Del Rey. First up on the outside, third. Elm Grove Red Wine, second over on the outside, fourth. Now Redland Miss Pretty at the rail, fifth. It's up to you, sixth. On their way, seventh, Rosetown Mary. Trailing the field, Hamac Julia, 58 and 1 over to the opening half mile. They round the paddock, turn for time two. Arriving at 5-8, Our Girl Annie, the leader. At her wheel, Marina Del Rey. Woodmere Jade at the rail, third. Moving up fourth, that is Elm Grove Red Wine. Fifth on the outside, Rosetown Mary. Redland Miss Pretty at the rail, sixth. It's up to you, seventh. Hamac Juliet, 3/4 in 1. 27 and 4. Off stride. Woodmere Jade has jumped it off here. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Our Girl Annie, homeward bound. She's all alone here. Down the stretch they come. Here comes a milestone mile for driver Mark Bradley. He's got the Breeders' Crown Final. Our Girl Annie, and he has 1,000 career winners. Tight for the deuce. Elm Grove Red Wine up against Rosetown Mary. But it is Our Girl Annie and Mark Bradley's 1,000 career win. 158-1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 6 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old fillies. Congratulations to Mark Bradley on career win number 1,000. What a great guy and a great drive here today. Ken Workington put her right on the point and went right down the road.
And he rated her perfectly. The daughter of Arthur Blue Chip through easy fractions, 28, 58, 1, 30 and 1 second quarter, 127.4, and just opened up on the lead. Bottoms out the field here. Only needs a 30 and 2 to get home under cruise control here. 158 and 1 for her 5th win in 8 starts. And Our Girl Annie just cruises here. Mark Bradley, congratulations, 1,000 career victories. This filly trained by Eddie Doucette for Blaine and Jessica and Jennifer Thibault of Kensington. Our Girl Annie, Elm Grove Red Wine, and Rosetown Mary, unofficially your top 3 in race number 6.
The judges' inquiry involves the breaking horse, number 1, Woodmere Jade, approaching the 7/8. The results of the judges' inquiry in the sixth race. Number 1, Woodmere Jade made the break on her own. Did interfere with multiple horses. However, Woodmere Jade finished 8th, and there's no placings required. Here comes our girl Annie into the sixth race. Winner's circle. Pacing Brown Filly 2 by Arthur Blue Chip. From the no pan intended Dam Winston Kendra. Owned by Blaine, Jessica, and Jennifer Tebow of Kensington. Filly bred by Blaine Tebow. She's trained by Eddie Doucette. And Mark Bradley is in the driver's seat. And for Mark, it's a career milestone. It's his 1,000th career winner, and he gets it in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old filly pacers aboard Our Girl Annie in 1:58-1. And our raceway manager, Lee Drake's down at trackside with the Mark Bradley presentation. Congratulations all around. Here's the official results in race 6. Woodmere Jade was 8th. Tomac Julia 4th. Our Girl Annie the winner. Redland Miss Pretty was 6th. Elm Grove Red Wine 2nd. Marina Del Rey 7th. Rosetown Mary 3rd. It's Up to You finish 5th. 28, 58-1. 127-4. 158-1. In review, it's 8-4-1. 6-2-7. 3-5. Our Girl Annie 320. The exactor was 680. The triactor 3420. And the superfactor 2930. The 7th race is the Island Ocean Trot Classic Final. Number 1 is Sailor Blue, owned by Cindy McDonald, Amber McDonald, and Yossi Martinovic. Trained by Jeff Holmes. Kenny Murphy drives. Jessie Jess or Jessica, number 2, is owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling up. Charlotte K3, owned by Jacinta Campbell, Kent McDonald, and Bernard McDonald. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Incredible 2, number 4, is owned by Wade Piccone of Stancho, Kenny Arsenault, the trainer-driver. 5 Daisy River is owned by Bill Lanigan of Montague, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. You have 4 minutes wagering time on today's 7th race. Back to the broadcast desk with Peter, Ken, and Lee, and the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Well, thank you very much, Vance. And yes, here we go. The first 6 in the books here and an exciting Championship Sunday race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. To kick it off this afternoon, the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association in race number 1 today. And it was a real good horse race. As you can see them flying home here now. First up move by Mr. Riley, the 7 in the middle for Corey McPherson through 28 and 4, 57 and 3, 126 and 4, 156 and 2. There he is in the middle, getting it done. 14-10 on the nose to kick it off here on a Sunday afternoon at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Moving over to race number 2, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old trotters. Irish Ray put the undefeated streak on the line right to the point today from Mark Campbell. And 30 and 1, 1 minute 3, 132. Taking late heat here from Windermere Got Muscle, but going to get there in the end. 2 and 4 for Irish Ray. A perfect 10 for 10 in 2022. Race number 3 this afternoon, David Corrigan, Century 21, Colonial Realty Inc. pace here in the 3rd, the Blue Knight, taking no prisoners today. Phil Dorleans, right from the hop, right on the engine. 28 and 2, 59 and 1, 128 and 3. Put them all away today and wins 158 flat right down the highway. 850 on the nose for Phil Dorleans, JK Express, IC True Grit, 114.60. Race number 4, Atlantic Sire Stakes, PEI, Harness Racing Industry Association, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 3-year-old trotters. Up Hellier, as Vance said earlier, used all the track, but got there in the end to win again for Ken McDonald. 2 minutes and a 5th. He is the champion in the 3-year-old trot division. What a really nice win for this guy again. 220, and the exactor 26.80, 30.60. Up Hellier, a champion at 3 again. Race number 5, we saw the return of Sam Space and Saving Sammy to the island as he led the post parade to race number 5. And Spicy P took advantage of hot fractions from Burnout Hanover through splits of 27 and 1, 55 and 3, 124 and 3, and he's home 154 and 3. Spicy P and the Blue Knight win from the rail again, 980 on the nose for Spicy P. And race number 6, we just saw it here, Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old fillies. What a milestone for Mark Bradley here this afternoon. Our girl Annie on the front all the way. 28, 58 and 1, 127 and 4, 158 and 1. Congrats to Mark Bradley. What a classy guy. He gets it done here. Our girl Annie, he was in the winner's circle. Very emotional because Mark has done it all. As we said a little bit earlier, he's won at a lot of racetracks across Canada, but gets win number 1,000 here at Charlottetown, his home province this afternoon. Congratulations to Mark. Race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, back to Ken Workington here. He's got a pick in Charlotte K for Jacinta Campbell, Kent McDonald, Bernie McDonald. They all share the ownership. Mark Campbell to drive. Kenny, you're going with Charlotte K here at 11 to 1.
Yeah, we're going to take a shot here at the 1-9 favorite. Charlotte K revved up, stepped up into deeper waters this summer, hitting the board back-to-back in the Island Ocean before getting a slow start chasing Mile Hill Willie. Mark Campbell returns to the sulky seat today. This 4-year-old has a chance to pounce on them late with a nice trip. And a quick shout out to Thane Arsenal, my good buddy Thane, who is, of course, a school teacher, trainer, driver. He's a referee, an umpire. And I just texted with him, Peter, and told him I got a couple of games later today when I hop off the broadcast.
Busy guy is right. You got a 12 to 1 winner here at Charlotte K, putting the 3 on top. Here's Ken Workington in the 7th.
We do have an additional line here, gentlemen, too, on the 2. Jess or Jessica back on the 6th here. October 6th, fast track, left from post 3, finished 2nd. Race time at 1:58.3. David Dowling in the bike, and there's a look at the two right now at 1-4, Pete.
Yeah, she raced good here last time out. She was second, just beaten by Mile Hill Willie last time out. Raced really well, 58-3. And then prior to that, you can see she had a couple of wins down the lines, Kenny, so I think she'll be tough again here for Dowling.
Yeah, she's been a model of consistency, as you just pointed out. Finished second by a neck there on Thursday. Comes back on short rest off that 58-3 mile. Just missed making it 3 in a row as the heavy beaten favorite before that. And draws inside here. Looks like she'll be the one to reel in at 1-4.
And the next door neighbor is the one Sailor Blues, Cynthia McDonald and Amber McDonald. They share the ownership. Jeff Holmes is the trainer. Kenny Murphy to do the driving. And I can't count her out here, Kenny. 5 wins already in 2022.
Yeah, you can see there on the card, scored a mild upset off a 6 scratch, and then runner-up to Jessie Jess or Jessica off a lame scratch. So she's had a few bumps in the road recently, but is able to bounce back each time. Draws inside again. We know she's capable on her best day, and right now you're getting 5-2.
So we have a field of 5 here. The Island Oceans Trot Classic today. JD Marine and Diving, thank you for your continued support in harness racing and these trot series over the years. We do appreciate it. We mentioned a little earlier about the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, the highest total sales record ever in Atlantic Canadian harness racing history. And boy, what a sale it was on Friday to get things rolling. And total sale day ringed in at a new record of $1.891 million with 126 yearlings, averaging 15,007. So, boy, that's impressive, Peter. And the weekend just seemed to
flew
roll
by.
into gear.
Yeah, it did.
We were there Friday, and next thing you know, we're here on Sunday.
It was great to see everybody at the sale, Lee. Boy, it's become such a great event as part of this Breeders' Crown weekend. Great to see everybody in Crapo. Another successful sale, so congratulations to Chairman Nick Oakes and everybody who works on that. Yeah, perfect day for racing again on yesterday at the banquet last night. Beautiful weather here on Sunday. And Lee, the weekend just flies by. And I got to say it one more time, if you could get to memory lane here before the day ends, come upstairs to the second floor.
Yeah, and pick up your trophy as well downstairs, too, to get that of your finalists. Woodmere Kennedy was the most sought-after prize at the Atlantic Classic yearling sale. Mike Pollard signed for the role with a hairy filly for $43,000 from consigner Bruce Woods, Woodmere Farm of Marshfield. And Tobin's Chester was the top pacing colt, purchased by Donnie McRae for $40,000 from Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate here, once again, it's Vance Cameron.
Sailor Blue, Jessie, Jess or Jessica, Charlie K, Incredible 2, and Daisy River, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. It's the Island Oceans Trot Classic Final. The rough and trotting Sailor Blue and Jessie, Jess or Jessica leave out. Into the turn for third is Charlie K. Incredible 2 will go fourth. And the trailer, that'll be Daisy River. They're in programmed order as they move round the turn. And they go by the 8th pole and straighten up the backstretch. The serious leaders are Sailor Blue and Kenny Murphy by 3 early. All alone in second, that's Jessie, Jess or Jessica. Trotting up into third is Charlie K. On the rail fourth. That's Incredible 2. And Daisy River is the trailer fifth. On by that opening quarter mile. And Sailor Blue got him there in 29 and a 1/5. Closed up in second, Jessie, Jess or Jessica. Charlie K comes out of the turn third. Incredible 2, she is fourth. And Daisy River continuing to trail fifth. Down the stretch, and positions are unchanged as they arrive at the half mile. Sailor Blue, the midway point leader. Jessie, Jess or Jessica, that heavy favorite, getting the 2-hole ride. Racing from third is Charlie K, and she's tipping out. Fourth into the turn, Incredible 2. Daisy River to the outside, trails 1 minute and a 1/5 for a half a mile. 31-second second quarter breather by Sailor Blue, who'll take him up the back stretch towards 3/4. Charlotte Kay on the outside is now second. Third at the rail is Jessie Jess or Jessica. Incredible 2 is fourth. Daisy River on the outside fifth. They go past the 3/4. Sailor Blue is still there from the outside. Charlotte Kay now right alongside the leader. Jessie Jess or Jessica. She's awaiting the passing lane. 3/4 in 1:30 and 2 to head it on home. Sailor Blue the leader. Charlotte Kay on the outside. Jessie Jess or Jessica gobbling up ground in the passing lane. It is Jessie Jess or Jessica for Dowling. Sailor Blue was second. Charlotte Kay third. 1:59.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 7, brought to you by Universal Media. Island Oceans trot final here this afternoon. Kenny, it played out perfectly for Jessie Jess or Jessica, following Sailor Blue all the way, and then skims the cone late to get it all.
Yeah, Peter, nice job here by Kenny Murphy to put the field to sleep and try to steal away with a 31-second quarter and a 30 1/3 quarter. But it's not to be, as Jessie Jess or Jessica sits that dreamy 2-hole ride in up the passing lane for David Dowling, Jennifer Doyle, and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. 4th win on the season for Jessie Jess or Jessica. Wheels right back off short rest off that second on Thursday. Sailor Blue second. Charlotte Kay first up, finishes third.
Jessie, Jess, or Jessica arrives at the 7th race winner's circle, trotting Bay Mare 6 by Justice Hall. From the SJ's Photo Dam, Ziggy Wiggy, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer Doyle does the training. David Dowling along for the winning ride. Time of the mile in 1:59.4. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica capturing the final of the Island Oceans Trot Classic with the trackside presentation. Here's the official results in the 7. Sailor Blue was second. Jessie Jess or Jessica the winner. Charlotte Kay third. Incredible 2 fourth. Daisy River finished fifth. They went 29-1. 1 minute 1. 1:30-2. And the mile, 1:59.4. From the top, 2:13.45. Jessie Jess or Jessica paid $230. The exactor was $340, the triactor $930, and the superfecta $305.
Okay, so the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final 2-year-old colts will be stepping on the racetrack here next as we get set to go. Big thank you to all the sponsors. I know the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association sponsored the banquet last night, Peter.
Yep.
A lot of different sponsors throughout the weekend, and we want to thank them, each and every one of them. Cavendish Farms, of course, with the finals here today, but they've done some great work with the Atlantic Sire Stakes the last couple of years, so we certainly do appreciate that, all the sponsors here today. And those finalists, I keep saying it, but the trophy is down there, the hardware, and it's all set up for you if you'd like to pick yours up. I know some folks dropping by, getting their picture taken, which is nice.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, you're a finalist. That's a big deal.
That's a big deal for it. All right, let's slide in the picks here for race number 8 as we're getting set to go, and the horse will be coming on the track here, and there's a good look. And everyone landing on the 5 in here, and for good reason.
Yeah, Malignity looked great here last time in Charlottetown. Made a huge move up the backstretch and paced away to victory. So I think people are thinking that may happen again today. I like Fisherman's Son for part of it. I think he can actually give Malignity a battle here today. And I'll put the 1 in. He's been pretty consistent all year, baking on a biscuit for Campbell on the rail. So I'm up at 5-4-1. Ken Workington, he'll have his picks a little bit later on, 5-4-2. And thank you to Robert Reed Jr. and Garnet Barnsdale for sending in their picks.
Yeah, Robert working on a 5-6-4 and a 5-4-1 theme for Garnet. And if you're on the top of the page here of your race selections, the classifier choice going with a 5-4-6. So I love the fact you have so many different options. There is a theme there with the 5 on top. But who are you going to put with him? That's the question.
Two-year-old colt pacers for the 8th race on parade. Bacon on a Biscuit 1, owned by the MCR Bacon on a Biscuit Group of Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell training and driving. No Boats on Sunday. Number 2 is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. Owned by Paul Niven of Halifax, David Ferguson of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Gilles Berrio does the driving today. Number 3, Roman Raven. Fisherman's Son, number 4, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness, and the estate of Angus McGinnis of Mabou, Nova Scotia. Walter is the trainer. Danny Gillis drives. 5 is Malignity, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. The trainer-driver, Paul Langell. Number 6 is Scratch. 7 is Nibbler, owned by Greyland Farm, Gulf Shore, and Joseph Gamble from Pugwash, Nova Scotia, trained by Mark Campbell. Corey McPherson catch drives. 8 is Hamac Charmer, owned by Windermere Farms, Roger Burns, Hollis Newson, and Clyde Balderson, trained by Earl Watts. David Dowling drives. Number 9 is Scratch. Only 3 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's entertainment destination.
Well, as we've been doing throughout the day, we're getting you an opportunity to see all the different selections there for you in this Championship Sunday with Atlantic Breeders' Crown, and we're working on the Cavendish Farms Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old colts here, Peter. Going for $25,000, and again, thanks to Garnet and Robert, and they'll be with us throughout the afternoon here.
Yeah, they both like the 5, like you said. The 4 for Garnet for second. I do like Fisherman's Son, and the 6 is out. So Robert had that pick in earlier before the scratch, and they both like a 4-1 as well. Okay, 2 to go here before race number 8. Cavendish Farms, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, 2-year-old colts. 25,000 on the line here this afternoon. Malignity here for Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. Paul Langell is the trainer. Paul's going to do the driving, and Ken Workington, what a move he made last week to win here in Charlottetown.
Yeah, the son of Malicious avenged a rare loss to Fisherman's Son with 2 more crushing scores, and the one you point out lowered his mark to 156 in the process, fresh off an outstanding brush and crush for Paul Angel. Right now, 1-2, your odds-on choice.
Well, there's the next door neighbor, and if somebody's going to knock off Malignity, I think it might be this guy, Fisherman's Son, Walter Walker, Inverness, the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabu. They are the owners. Walter Walker trains. Don Gillis does the driving here, and Ken, the win streak came to an end last time, but I think he has the talent to maybe get it done again here today.
Arthur Blue Chip looking for another siring credit today. Fisherman's Son saw that 5-race winning streak snapped when he was left in the wake of Malignity and his devastation. I'm not sure if he can turn the tables again in this marquee matchup. Right now, he is 7-5.
Here's the 2, No Boats on Sunday. Jackie Heffern in Glace Bay is the owner. Miles Heffernan trains. Miles is going to do the driving here. Kenny swinging for the fences as part of your try.
Yeah, it's an inside draw here. Draws a bit better, is 0 for 9 on the season, but certainly has some trip potential and maybe worth a swing here to add some spice to your exotics at 90-1.
Just confirming, Sam Space is on the tarmac right now. If you want to do a little meet and greet or get a picture with the horse, Saving Sammy, and part 2 of that series coming up on CTV with Jason Baxter later this month. So get an up close and picture with Saving Sammy.
Yeah, it was really cool to see him lead the post parade in race number 5 today. He came back and got his picture with the cooler, which was really neat as well. And we were talking to Jason Baxter up here. They're going to have a part 2 of Saving Sammy. And also Jason talked to Gilles Barrio, and they're going to do a story on Gilles' career, which I think is, of course, well-deserved.
Yeah, well-deserved. He's still one away from 5,000, and I think he had a chance to talk to Mark Campbell as well, and Vance Cameron.
Vance upstairs, yes.
So a number of different pieces to it. And we really do appreciate Jason Baxter for all his work here. And as I said earlier in the pregame, Mike Curry, who got the ball rolling on this from the Special Events Committee of the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, so thank you to them, is we're getting set to go. Interesting to note at the stats, post-position stats here, January 9th, right up until the completed card yesterday, the rail is still the leader with 23.6 winning percentage. That's 128 winners from the Garden Spot from 543 starters. The 2-hole is next with 104 winners from the same amount of starters. That's a 19.2 winning percentage. So if you're going with some of the stats today on this Championship Sunday, you may want to have a look at it, but right now it's a 5 where everybody's putting the money. So.
Well, it's interesting. I think last year when you were doing those stats, the 4 was doing well, the post 4, so it moves around.
It moves around, the top 2 right there. And by the way, looking at the 5, it's a 12.8. There's 69 winners out of there, so that could change right here in this race. Thanks to Standardbird Canada for their post position stats for here in Charlottetown and for Summerside, winning post positions, winning favorite, winning trips. Standardbird Canada do a great job with all that data. So the horses are going to the gate. It's the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is rolling for race number 8 Upstairs to the race call with Vance Cameron.
Bacon on a biscuit. No boats on Sunday. Roman Raven, Fisherman's Son, Malignity, Nibbler, Hamac Charmer on the gate. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Off and facing all but the two. No boats on Sunday. He hit the run out early. Going to the lead into the turn. That is Fisherman's Son. Bacon on a biscuit along the rail. Malignity gonna keep coming on the outside third. No boats on Sunday the way fourth. Roman Raven fifth. On the outside sixth. That's Nibbler trailing the field. Hamac Charmer. Oh, they're rolling along. The 2-year-old Colt Pacers going to the quarter. Malignity takes over the lead. In line to Paul Angel. Check the tote board out as they move by that station. Boom! Just like that. 27 and 3 opened it up. Malignity, the serious leader for Langell. Clear by 3. Fisherman's Son races from second. Right with the leaders third. Bacon on a biscuit. Back into fourth. No boats on Sunday. Roman Raven is fifth. Then 6 is Nibbler. Trailing the field. Hamac Charmer. They are strung out. And I mean strung out. Look at the opening half mile. 55 and 1. That was 27 and 3 in the second quarter. Malignity is all alone going to 3/4. Racing second. Fisherman's Son. Bacon on a biscuit third. Moving up fourth on the outside. Roman Raven. No boats on Sunday between horses. Then racing from 6. Nibbler and at the rail. Hamac Charmer. 3/4 up in 1. 24 and 4. What an incredible lead for Malignity. Can he break the track record? He's up against the clock. Malignity all alone. Roman Raven is second. Fisherman's Son third. Malignity destroys them for Paul Angel in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. 2-year-old Colt Pacers 155 for. Wow!
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 8 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Cavendish Farms, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, 2-year-old pacing colts. And Ken Workington, there's no doubt about who the king is in this division. Malignity right to the front from Langell. And wow, zoom right down the highway.
Yeah, the son of Malicious takes no prisoners today and basically was all on his own as he runs up the score. Malignity all the way 27-3, 55 and 1, another 27-3, 124 and 4. He does pace home in just 31 seconds, 155 and 4, but it's his 8th win in 10 starts in a stellar season for Paul Langell and Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Malignity all alone here. He is a Atlantic Breeders' Crown champion in a big way over Roman Raven, Fisherman's Son, and No Boats on Sunday.
You know, when Paul Langell gets serious, good things happen. Here comes the 8th race winner, number 5, Malignity. Pacing Black Gelding, 2 years. The son of Malicious is off the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kellyanne. Home of Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. The colt bred by Gary McPherson. Paul Langell training and driving. He put him on top at every call this afternoon. A going-away winner in 1:55 and 4. A new pacing record as they capture the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final for 2-year-old colt pacers. Sponsored by Cavendish Farms at Trackside, the presentation. Here's the official results now in the 8th. Bacon on a Biscuit was 5th. No Boats on Sunday, 4th. Roman Raven was 2nd. Fisherman's Son, 3rd. Malignity, the race winner. Tobin's Prophet was scratched. Nibbler finished 7th. Hamac Charmer was 6th. Sioux Warrior was scratched. Here's the fractions, 27 and 3. 55 and 1. 124 and 4. And the mile 155 and 4. In review, it's 5-4-2, 3-1 scratched, 7-6 scratched. Malignity paid $250. The exactor $39. The triactor $98.70, and the superfactor was $51.10.
Okay, so getting ready for race 9. We'll watch the horses coming out in the racetrack here for you on Championship Sunday as we continue on. And the Premier's Cup is coming up in race 13. We heard the Premier talk about it earlier today, and the Atlantic Invitational Series Road to the Premier's Cup began with the Walterdale DPR, Peter, around the Maritimes, including the Governor's Plate, the Lindsay Cup, the Premier's Pace, the Gauguin Memorial, the Conroy Turl, and the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial, all leading to the Premier's Cup here this afternoon in race 13. Action-packed card for sure. There's a lot of work on that.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, I loved it. They have been racing all across the Maritimes, different winners at different tracks throughout the Maritimes. That's what the series was set up for. And again, we land here with a great field here today, and we're going to see the Premier out to present the Premier's Cup in race number 13.
All right, there's a look at your picks here for the 9th race as you get ready to go. Ken Morkington, Robert Reed Jr., Peter McPhee, Garnet Burnsdale, all in the mix here today, and our classifier's choice at 3, 5, and 7. So I love the fact we've got all these selections going today, and we're getting some great action at the windows here too, Pete.
Yeah, again, thank you to Robert and Garnet for sending in their picks today. They're followed a lot on social media. Of course, they are the handicappers for Woodbine Mohawk and other places as well. So, again, gentlemen, thank you very much for taking part in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown on Charlottetown today.
The ninth race is the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Open Mares. Number 1, Vines to Heaven, owned by Aidan Ferris, Ian McDonald, Clarissa Maher, and Andrea Renison, trained by George Renison, Todd Trites. 2, Atlantic Stars, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 3 is Dreamfair Zenfire, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell, the trainer driver. Better Be in Love 4 is owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, and Aaron McCardle. Brendan does the training. Dale Spence. 5, Tobin's Brownie, owned by Brittany Watts, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne of Springvale. David Dowling trains and drives. Ladylike 6, owned by Debbie Elderman of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson, Corey McPherson. Ace 44 Dome, number 7, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Number 8, Share the Moment, owned by Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, Scott Bridges, and the A1 Stable, trained by Bo Ford. The driver is Gilles Barrio. The post-time clock has expired here in the 9th race, so this is your final call to make your par mutual wagering on race number 9. Last call at the windows. Don't miss our next live race program. It'll be Wednesday night at Redshores, Summerside. Opening post time, 6 p.m.
Well, we talk about great events, Peter. Here's another one, Maritime Breeders. The Home Hardware Maritime Breeders Stake, and a couple of great dates up there. October 20th, the 2- and 3-year-old trotters right here at Red Shores at the CDP.
Yeah, and then we'll move it over to Truro on October the 23rd. There are 2-year-old paces at Truro Raceway. So again, thank you to Home Hardware Maritime Breeders Stake 2022. I think they're some of the sharpest looking coolers going when they present those coolers.
Fantastic. I mean, to win one is so special, but be able to keep it like that, it's absolutely something else. And Home Hardware, they put in a big investment here, and we really do appreciate everything they're doing. Peter Smith and Arnold Hagen and the crew with Home Hardware, much appreciated.
Okay, getting set for race number 9, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Open Mares. Nice purse this afternoon, $6,000. Ken Workington, you're heading back to Tobin's Brownie, and I think if I'm going to recall this, I think you had her on top Old Home Week as well, and Dowling and Tobin's Brownie got the job done. You're going there again today.
Yeah, going back to the well here, tried to steal away with a soft pace and was nailed late by the pocket sitter Dreamfair Zenfire. Tobin's Brownie regaining momentum, the 2-year-old Breeders' Crown champion, a runner-up last year, peaking at the right time, and 7-2 on the board.
Here's the 3 Dreamfair Zenfire for Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell trains. Mark's going to do the driving. 3 in a row, looking for 4 in a row, Kenny.
Yeah, Peter, we all remember how she dominated this event in 2020. This year's Birth of Confederation champion has continued to pile up the wins. 3 in a row with a perfect trip behind Tobin's Brownie last week. Post 3 again, has a big target on her back with Mark Campbell.
And the next door neighbor is Atlantic Star from Mike Pollard of Stratford. Mike McGuigan trains. And Mike's going to do the driving as well. Nice win last time out and a bit of a price play here for you, Kenny.
9-time winner this season has blossomed for Michael McGuigan. We all know the kind of Old Home Week he had. Current form spree sparked by a confidence-boosting romp last time. Draws better in this test for class, and right now 23-1. So it's a 5-3-2.
Well, we should take an opportunity to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. And nice to have those who are visiting here on Prince Edward Island. And Thanksgiving weekend as we close it out today with the Championship Sunday. But Peter, should be lots of turkey served. And,
I'm heading over to my mom's later, so that'll be good.
Yeah, and my Aunt Valerie's, and I know that there'll be all kinds of different, turkey here today. There was turkey last night. It was fantastic. The food and beverage team did an awesome job. The track crew have done a great job all week. I know Ronnie Judson and the team there they've done, a last-minute requests here with the sail and with, the stall today on the tarmac and all different things, and the track maintained the way it is. It takes a lot of moving parts.
Kudos to everybody involved. And I want to say a special shout out to my daughter, Claire. She turned 21 yesterday, Lee. That's hard to believe. In her 3rd year at UPEI, she's a great girl. So, Claire, happy birthday to you from all the family.
Yeah, and happy birthday to you, Claire, and happy birthday to my daughter, Laurel, who celebrates her 18th birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Laurel. Great harness racing fan.
In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, it is post time for the 9th. Back upstairs for the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Vines to Heaven, Atlantic Star, Dream Fairs and Fire. Better Be in Love, Tobin's Brownie, Ladylike. Ace 44 Dome, share the moments on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The very best age pacing mares on Canada's East Coast. Post time. Up and pacing, Vines to Heaven leaves out at the rail. Dream Fairs and Fire goes with her. The third one to the turn. Atlantic Star, Ace 44 Dome drives up 4th. Racing from 5th towards the rail is Better Be in Love. Tobin's Brownie goes 6th. Then 7th Ladylike, and trailing the field. Share the Moment in straight alignment early. And they're led to the quarter by Vines to Heaven, in line to Todd Trites. Racing from 2nd, that's Dream Fairs and Fire. Round the 3rd, Atlantic Star. Racing from 4th is Ace 44 Dome. 28 and 1 was the quarter. Racing from 5th, that's Better Be in Love. Tobin's Brownie is eyeing the outside 6th. Then Ladylike is 7th. Trailing the field, that is Share the Moment. Down the stretch they come, arriving at the half mile, led by Vines to Heaven. 2nd, that's Dream Fairs and Fire. There goes Atlantic Star to the outside 3rd. On the cones, Ace 44 Dome 4th. 2nd over the outside 5th. Tobin's Brownie 56 and 4 was the half mile. 28 and 3 in the second split. They go to 3/4 next. Vines to Heaven, the leader. Atlantic Star on the outside, now 2nd. 3rd in the pocket, Dream Fairs and Fire. Tobin's Brownie is there on the outside, 4th. Ace 44 Dome in at the rail, 5th. Now racing 6th. That's Ladylike. Then 7th is Better Be in Love on the outside. Share the Moment 8th. 3/4 and 1. 25 and 4. And they're homeward bound. Here comes Dream Fair. Zen Fire to take over. Vines to Heaven. Ace 44 Dome at the rail. Dream Fair, Zen Fire all alone on the line for Mark Campbell. Ace 44 Dome was 2nd. Vines to Heaven held 3rd. Excellent trip for the age mares. 154 and a what?
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 9 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Open mares. Perfect trip here this afternoon for Dream Fair. Zenfire got to follow Vines to Heaven, who cut it all out, Kenny, and then she comes out late and wins.
Yeah, the perfect trip paying off here. Mark Campbell gets a double as Dream Fair Zen Fire. They dominated this event in 2020, the birth of Confederation champion this year. Draws away at 1-9 and 154 and 1. Her 9th win in 18 starts on the season. Ace 44 Dome and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes 2nd. Vines to Heaven carved it all out. 28, 156 and 4, 125 and 4 for Todd Trites and gets the show dough. But it's Dream Fair Zenfire in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Open Mares.
There's no dethroning this queen of the age-pacing mares on Canada's East Coast. She is Dream Fair Zen Fire as she arrives at the 9th race winner's circle. Bay-pacing mare 6 by Sunfire Blue Chip. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Dream Fair Senora. Owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell training and driving for Mark. That's the training and driving double today. Excellent trip on the mare. 154 and a 1/5. And for Dream Fair Zen Fire, that's her 45th lifetime victory. She gets it in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Open Mares. Down at trackside, the cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results down the 9th. Vines to Heaven 3rd. Atlantic Star was 8th. Dream Fair Zen Fire the race winner. Better Be in Love 5th. Tobin's Brownie 4th. Ladylike was 6th. H44 Dome 2nd. Share the Moment finished 7th. Fractions went 28 and 1. 56 and 4. 125 and 4. And the mile 154 and 1. In review 381. 546. 27. Dream Fair's Empire paid $220 to win. The exactor was 25.30. Triactor 177.60. And the superfecta was 34.12.
All right, well, Race Day Live continues here today in Charlottetown. Championship Sunday continues. Atlantic Breeders' Crown, Cavendish Farms finals here today. And coming up next, we have our next race program Wednesday night in Summerside. And I just want to tell you about the HBI promotion. For those of you who are on there, you know all about it because you have to opt in. But you spend $40 or more, and you have a chance to get that 3% cash back as well. And we're going to throw in that $500 account balance as well back to you after the end of that season. So look forward to it on hbibet.com. Slide in the picks here for you coming up on race number 10 this afternoon as we march along here today. And we'll have a look at those selections again, Peter, with the 6 being the most popular choice.
Yeah, and again, she's putting the win streak on the line here. 14 for 14 and over 94,000 in the bank. 54-1, the record here in Charlottetown. We'll see her in the post parade next.
The 10th race on the track, the 3-year-old filly Pacers are on parade. Number 1 is Ultimate Longshot, owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, and Clyde Balderson. Trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling drives. Tobin's Diva 2 is owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Kenny Murphy. Cougar on a Tear, number 3, is owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabu, Nova Scotia. Walter does the training. Danny Gillis drives. 4 is JJ Scarlett, owned by McGuinness and McKinnon Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Walter Walker, Redmond Doucette. 5 is Woodmere Jazz, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Mark Campbell. The Real Princess 6, owned by Eddie Doucette, Blaine Tebow, Gordon McLeod, and Grant Mann, trained by Eddie Doucette, Corey McPherson drives. 7 is Mystical Gal, owned by Doug Matheson and Janet Sanderson of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Adam Murner. 8 is Orr's Terror, owned by Dale Orr of St. John and Robert Orr of Oak Bay, New Brunswick. The trainer-driver, Jules Barrio. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 10. This is Race Day Live from Red Shores, Charlottetown on Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Sunday. We'll join Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, and Ken Warkentin next.
Well, with Championship Sunday and the selections here for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown from Garnet and Robert, once again leaning on the 6, and why not? How can you not go with this 3-year-old filly by Source of Pride, Peter, the Real Princess, going for 15 wins in a row.
It's incredible. We've been doing a countdown on Red Shores social media for former past champions, and Malabrigo had a long win streak there at one time. Meridian Magic did as well. And this horse, the Real Princess, is putting it together 14 in a row. It's hard to go undefeated from start to finish in any track. So again, we'll see if she can do it again here. Most people have her on top. And Kenny, you're on board as well. You were here, and you saw her up close and personal. Old Home Week, she's quite a filly, isn't she?
Absolutely. This filly, what can you say? 14 for 14 season. And there's never been a doubt in, any of her races. This could be maybe a Maritimes Horse of the Year, perhaps. Certainly a candidate in the conversation. She's in career form, and so is Corey McPherson, and right now 1-4.
Well, if somebody's going to beat the Real Princess, maybe it's Cougar on a Tear for Walter Walker, the estate of Angus McGuinness. Walter does the training. Donnie Gillis is going to do the driving, and she's had a bang-up season, 11 for 15 in the top 3, 6 wins, 155 and 1 right here in Charlottetown. And Kenny, she's serving up 4-1.
She goes back on Lasix today, back to the scene of her career best of 155 and 1 this season. An inside draw, aggressive nature immediately puts her in play here. Right now, 4-1.
And here's the 5, Woodmere Jazz for Reg McPherson of Stratford. Kevin McLean trains. Mark Campbell's going to do the driving. Was a winner last time out in the Gold, the Lady Slipper Gold, and Summerside makes the move back to Charlottetown. And a good value play here, Ken. Woodmere Jazz sitting 7-1.
Yeah, razor sharp, won 2 of her last 3, both with strong finishes. So more in the tank there. That September 10th upset was a lifetime best of 155 and 4. She picks up Mark Campbell, having a great day, looking for his 3rd Atlantic Breeders' Crown final. And Woodmere Jazz stocks the speed here, as you point out, now 8-1.
There's a great look at Ors Terra scoring down here. One of my favorite things when the horses post-parade, and after they post-parade they score down. I've always loved that, even as a kid by the fence, watching them score down. Jill Sperrio handling the training driving duties here today for Dale and John, Dale and Robert Orr out of New Brunswick. So one away from 5,000 for Jill. Still waiting on that countdown there, and as we get set. So winning favorites and favorites or co-favorites up to yesterday's finish. Up to yesterday from Standardbird Canada, they finished first or second here at Charlottetown 50.9% of the time, Peter, and that looks like that's going to hold true here. They finished second 20.2% of the time. So the favorites and co-favorites holding up here in Charlottetown. Horses getting ready to go to gate here, and the Real Princess, of course, coming in at 1-5 right now on the betting board. She qualified back on May 23rd at Summerside. Since then, she's won every assignment of 6 different tracks. Bank account sits at $94,740, and a win today in that final makes her the richest season earner at $107,240. So all eyes are on her here today, and there's a lot of fans here today cheering her on, that's for sure. This undefeated streak. Race number 10 on gate, in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and upstairs for the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
The rear old filly pacers line up. Ultimate Long Shot, Tobin's Diva, Cougar on a Tear, JJ Scarlet, Woodmere Jazz, The Real Princess, Mystic O'Gal, Ors Terror outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing, leaving out Tobin's Diva, going with her Cougar on a Tear, JJ Scarlet, The Real Princess, way wide as they round the turn here, arriving at the 8th, and there goes the Princess, and McPherson to the lead. Second is Tobin's Diva, dropping in to be third. Cougar on a Tear, Ultimate Long Shots away 4th. Now in 5th is JJ Scarlet. 6th is Woodmere Jazz. Back into 7th, Mystic O'Gal, trailing the field. Ors Terror, the opening quarter. Wow! 27 seconds flat. Boom! Just like that, the Real Princess got fired up early. She'll lead them down the stretch towards the half mile. Tobin's Diva is second. Cougar on a Tear third. Ultimate Long Shot fourth. 5th is JJ Scarlet. Then in 6th, Woodmere Jazz. Mystic O'Gal 7th. Trailing the field, Ors Terror. They were looking for a breather. It wasn't there. 56-2 for an opening half mile. 29-2 in a second split. They round the turn, arriving at 5/8. The Real Princess, the leader. Tobin's Diva right on her back. From the outside, Ultimate Long Shot come first up. Now third, JJ Scarlet fourth. Racing 5th up the inside of Woodmere Jazz. Mystic O'Gal 6th. 7th, Ors Terror. Cougar on a Tear, in big time trouble, back right through them. 3/4 up in a 1, 26-1. They're down to an 1/8 of a mile to go, and it's the Real Princess homeward bound. Tobin's Diva's got a shot. Ultimate Long Shot on the outside. They're in deep. Stretch now. The Real Princess, Tobin's Diva, in a colossal upset in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final. The Real Princess is second. Might have been Woodmere Jazz third. They stopped the clock in 1:56. But
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 10 from Red Shores and Charlottetown. Cavendish Farms, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final, 3-year-old fillies. The win streak was on the line here today, Kenny, but they paid for it early, 27 flat. It was sharp over there for the Real Princess. Sitting in the 2-hole was Tobin's Diva. And, Kenny, I know you follow Red Shores a lot, but this is probably Kenny Murphy's biggest win of his career. What a great drive here today.
Yeah, the great drive pays off here. Perfect trip behind the big 1-9 favorite. I was about to say the chalk parade continues, but hold the phone. The Real Princess was forced wide early and was stung early to that quarter in 27 flat, and maybe that was the difference here. 56-2, 126-1, caught a bit of a breather, coming home in 29-4. Can't polish it off and hold off. Tobin's Diva by Veradero Hanover. Tobin's Diva for Kenny Murphy and Kevin McLean and Reg McPherson. 5th win on the season, 5th career victory, and it is the mile of her life. Bombs away at 41-1, Peter.
Well, you know what? Kenny Murphy has been putting together, you've heard me say this before, Kenny Murphy's been putting together some solid seasons week in and week out, year after year. And boy, today, just patience paid off here. He had the trip. He just put this horse, this filly, in just a great spot to take advantage.
You know what? Everybody's happy for Kenny Murphy, Lee, because he's such a great guy, and he's turned into a super driver here on Prince Edward Island. Perfect trip today. He got to sit behind the Real Princess through those splits here, especially the early one. 27, took the sting out of the Real Princess a little bit. She still raced great, finished a bang-up second. But for Kenny Murphy, this is huge today. Sat in the 2-hole, skimmed the cones lake, came right down the passing lane and got it done. And I know a lot of people are happy for Kenny, and so are we, because this guy's a great guy, and this is probably the biggest win of his career.
Well, it's one of the biggest upset in Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship final history. And it goes to number 2, Tobin's Diva, here in the 10th as she arrives at the winner's circle, pacing Brown Filly. 3-year-old daughter of Veradero Hanover is off the Ponderosa Dam. Eggs of Benedict, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. And Kenny Murphy got a catch driving call of a lifetime this afternoon, giving her a new pacing record. It's 156 flat. Tobin's Diva in a colossal crown upset down at trackside the presentation. Now the official results in race 10, ultimate long shot 4th. Tobin's Diva the winner. Cougar on a Tear was 8th. JJ Scarlett 7th. Woodmere Jazz 3rd. The Real Princess was 2nd. Mystical Gal 5th. Orr's Terror finished 6th. The fractions were 27. 56-2. 126-1. And the mile 156. In review 418. 732. 56. Tobin's Diva paid $85.70 to win. The exactor $155.80. Triactor, $510. Super Factor was $658.38.
Okay, Race Day Live continues here, and we're coming up to race number 11, trackside presentation with Red Shores in just a few minutes. Drive for Charity, we'll have more on those drivers today. Kenny Murphy with a big win there. That's a big check for the charity here today, too.
Yep. He was smiling out there, Lee.
He certainly was. He has the big smiles, but I'll tell you, that was a big smile
Best
today.
smile in harness racing.
And for good reason, for sure. All right, social media platforms today. Follow us on Twitter, on Instagram, and on Facebook. Nice to have Stephanie Mitchell back, helping us with our social media channels today on Championship Sunday. To slide in the picks here for the 11th race as we go in today. I think we were talking about this off air. I think Barrio has a good shot to get to 5,000.
Yeah, I liked him here today in this spot. I do like McFadden here. He's dropping down a little bit, and he gets a good spot to work from. He'll be in the middle today. And yeah, I'm on board. So is Robert Reed, Garnet Barnsdale in there as well. Ken Morkington, no, he's heading to the 2. Blue Monk in here, likes Barrio for second, and the 5 for third. So again, we're 5 away from race number 11 at Red Shores.
The afternoon's 11th race on the track. One is Selkirk Echo on the Selkirk Stable of Belfast, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson driving. Blue Monk, number 2, owned by Mary Jean Noy of Clyde River and Denise Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Jay Noy. Brody McPhee drives. Just Call Me Doc 3 is owned by Gordon and Douglas Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. Number 4 is McPad, owned by Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrio training and driving. 5, Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner. Sports Royalty 6, owned by Beth and Wendy McRae of Belfast. Wendy does the training today. Mark Campbell catch drives. 7 and 8 are scratched. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 11. The Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend presented by Cavendish Farms and the City of Charlottetown.
Every kitchen is a restaurant. Ish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries. Every kitchen is a restaurant. Ish. With Cavendish Farms restaurant-style fries.
Okay, 3 to go here before race number 11, Red Shores. We'll see the presentation trackside as we work on the 11th there. Exactor, 20-cent super try as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. Jackpot, $25. Blue Monk here for Mary Jean Noy and Denise Andrew. They share the ownership. Jay Noy trains. It's Brody McPhee and Ken Workington. The 1-2 down was a good one. 13.51s. Shot off the wings and was a winner.
Yeah, it was rejuvenated with that mighty romp against easier 2 starts back, then got a bit too aggressive back at this level last out. An 8-time winner this season, strong in the win column, draws post 2 again for Brody McPhee at 3-2.
Here's the 4, McPat this afternoon for Donald Stevenson of Fredericton. Gilberto is the trainer. Gilles going to do the driving as well. 18:01's 2 back was second, 55-4. And then last time, Kenny, on the lead briefly, but faded to 5th.
Yeah, is this going to be the one here for Gilles Berriot? 5,000 career victories, flashed speed and faded to 5th last out. A solid second back at this level before that. Just 1 for 12 season. Yet this is a prime spot to regain his winning form for Mr. Berriot right now at 2-5.
Here's the 5, Miss Moyes here for Olivia May, Quade Hately, Andrew Cameron. They all share the ownership. Melissa Rennie trains. Adam Murner's going to do the driving. She's put together a nice year, Ken. 4 wins in 2022.
Yeah, adds Lasix and takes on the boys here today, racing well into the fall. This is a wide-open affair, and she could surprise a field that's filled with question marks. If you like the mare, 14-1 right now.
Okay, quick look at the tote board before we go here this afternoon in race 11. Selkirk Echoes at 12-1. Blue Monk 8-5. Just Call Me Doc for Keith Ford 11-1. McPat taking the money at 2-5. Miss Moyes, we just mentioned her for Murner at 14-1. And Sports Royalty. There's Mark Campbell and Sports Royalty this afternoon. They're at 14-1. Now I want to give a special shout out to Ronnie Blanchard. He's here today at the races in the top of the park, and he has the Kings with him from Newfoundland. They're celebrating their birthdays. So welcome to Ronnie, and I want to say happy birthday to the Kings. They're visiting us here from Newfoundland and in the top of the park. Hope you're enjoying your day, guys. Getting set for race number 11 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And Vance, it was announced last night that again, PEI will be the host for the 2023 Atlantic Breeders' Crown. That's great news.
I'm a little biased, Peter, but you're absolutely right. That is great news for the island. It's great news for Atlantic Canada harness racing. The 11th race lines up. Selkirk Echo, Blue Monk, Just Call Me Doc, McPat, Moyes, Sports Royalty. We're scratched down to a half a dozen here in the 11th race. Sponsored by Redshores. Post time. The rough and pacing McPat is leaving out between horses Blue Monk and on the rail. That is Selkirk Echo. The third one to round the turn. The drop in fourth is Just Call Me Doc. Ms. Moy, she'll get away fifth. And then the trailer, that is Sports Royalty. So McPat will take Barrio on to the lead, going to the opening quarter mile. Blue Monk set up for the two-hole ride. Selkirk Echo away third, racing from fourth, Just Call Me Doc. Now in fifth is Ms. Moyes, trailing the field, Sports Royalty on by the opening quarter in 28 and 1. McPat the leader midway around the turn. Racing from second, that is Blue Monk. Coming out of the turn third is Selkirk Echo. Just Call Me Doc races fourth. Then Ms. Moyes in fifth, and the trailer, Sports Royalty, in straight alignment as they arrive at the opening half mile next. And McPat halfway home for Barrio. Racing from second, Blue Monk. Racing third on the cones is Selkirk Echo. That's Just Call Me Doc to round the turn fourth. Ms. Moyes fifth, and on the outside the trailer, Sports Royalty. 57 and 4 was the half. Up the backstretch they go. Three-quarter pole land. They go there now, and McPat has opened up a clear 2 lengths. Racing from second, Blue Monk. In at the rail third is Selkirk Echo. Just Call Me Doc fourth. Fifth on the outside, Sports Royalty. Trailing the field, Ms. Moyes. 3/4 in the books, and they were there in 1:26 and 4, and they're turned for home. McPat the leader, and clear on the lead. Blue Monk is second. Selkirk Echo third. Just Call Me Doc fourth. It's a milestone moment for the Maritime Magic Man. Jill Barrio picks up win number 5,000 on Championship Sunday. McPat all the way 155.3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 11, brought to you by Red Shores. Trackside presentation, Ken Workington, you know him well. Gil Barrio, what a class act. He's been doing it since 1981, his first drive. He got to the front here today, and Ken, when you hit 5,000 career wins, you're doing it right, and Mr. Barrio is class all the way.
Absolutely. 5,000 victories is quite a milestone here on a big stage, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Finals Day, and McPat goes all the way on the class drop and pop here. Never a doubt. 28-1, 57-4, 126-4. Well rated here by the Maritime Magic Man. 155-3 for McPat over Blue Monk, and a show photo. But congratulations to Gilles Barrio on this great milestone today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 5 o'clock crossing out of Wood Islands has been canceled today. So if you have to go to Plan B, you'll have to take that route. So the 5 o'clock crossing from Wood Islands has been canceled. Well, here he comes, and he is the Maritime Magic Man, Gil Barrio, winningest driver in the East Coast. Picks up his 5,000 career winning trip to a winner's circle at some racetrack at somewhere. And it's right here at the Charlottetown Driving Park. Barrio's been quoted his favorite place to race is the CDP. Down at trackside, racing and broadcast manager Lee Drake with the Gilles Barrio 5,000 win presentation. He gets it with McPat. Bay Pacing Gelding 6 by Delmarva. From the shotgun Scott Dam win-back Patty. Home at Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrio trains and drives win number 5,155 and 3. McPat in the 11th. Now, the official results in the 11th, Selkirk Echo 5th, Blue Monk was 2nd. Just Call Me Doc 4th, McPat the winner. Ms. Moist was 3rd. Sports Royalty finished 6th. 7 and 8 were scratched. Fractions went 28 and 1, 57 and 4, 126 and 4, and the mile 155 and 3. In review, it's 5, 2, 4, 1, 3, 6, scratched. McPat paid $340. Exactor $760. Triactor $28.80. Superfactor $11.21.
Okay, Race Day Live continues here in Charlottetown. Another milestone here today. It's been a day filled with milestones, and Gilles Barrio finally gets victory 5,000 in his career, Pete.
Incredibly. Like I was saying, we were looking it up this week. 1981 was his first drive. And he's had so many winners over the years and developed so many horses, and he just does it the right way. Everybody likes Gilles. He's a class act on and off the track. And Lee, again, just a terrific trip on the front end here today. He's done that so many times and gets the horse to the wire. And it was just great to see the family down there today.
Yeah.
Kelly down there as well. And, again, so many fans. And just to be part of it was great.
Yeah, and David McKenzie coming down, our general manager here, to make sure the presentation. And it is a special milestone for sure. And anytime you have 5,000 wins in the Maritimes, that is something else. But he is the Maritime Magic Man.
Time to check those 50-50 draw tickets. Today valued at $958 for the winning number. It'll be D16315 1512. The afternoon's 50-50 winning number for $958, D1631512. There is a consolation prize using the same 50-50 draw tickets for a $50 gas card. It's D2362240. Consolation prize in the 50-50 draw is a $50 gas card. D2362240. Good luck. The 3-year-old pacing colts for the 12th race enter the track on parade. Number 1, Check Your Source, home with Jamie Wellen of Vernon Bridge and Glenn Dunn of Somerville. Mike McGuigan, training and driving. Woodmere Denver 2 is owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz. Trained by Danny Romo, today Paul Angel. J.J. Xavier, number 3, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Jules Barrio. Fernhill Gusto 4, owned by Greyland Farm, Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 5 Brumby, owned by Five Guys Horses and Lies of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, driven by Adam Murner. Roll with Hottie Toddy, number 6, owned by Trevor Hicken of Montague. Todd and Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia. Trevor does the training. Jason Hughes drives. Maxime Unlovin, number 7, owned by Ian Tate of St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Claire McDonald. Stash It Away 8 is owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Corey McPherson. 2 minutes wagering time on race number 12. 2 minutes to post time. Our next Super High Five comes up in the Premier's Cup in race number 13 with a low 15% takeout.
And there is the show photo from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission on race number 11. On the Red Shores pace there. And that milestone for Jules Barrio. That's how close it was for show. All right, and there's our Championship Sunday selections. Once again, we roll in the boards there for you, and the screen slate there. Rick Garnett going with a 4, 5, 6, 7 combination, and Robert Reed Jr. with 6, 4, 5, 7. So thank you for your support this weekend. Our social media channels have been very, very active, and we really appreciate that. And, of course the guys at Woodbine Mohawk Park and taking part of Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's great to have them aboard. They've been doing all the picks, and they'll do one more, actually, too, for the Premier's Cup coming up in race number 13.
Well, a race classifier working on a 4, 5, 8 in here with the Glamour Boys, the Colts final for $25,000, and we're heading out to the track.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be very interesting to see what Jason Hughes does here today with Roll with Hottie Toddy as we bring Ken Workington back in. Kenny, this guy likes to shoot the gate, so does the Blue Knight go right off the engine here today with the 6?
And he's certainly been on a serious roll, winning 4 of his last 5, including that 153 standout at Charlottetown, and his last 2 in blowout fashion. So there's more in the tank here. The Blue Knight can boss it and take no prisoners today. Right now, he is 4-1. That's a nice price.
Here's the 5. This is Brumby today for Five Guys, Horses and Lies, Charlottetown. Jamie Smith trains. Adam Murner's going to do the driving. You can see, Ken, you look down the lines, it's all 1s, 2s, and 3s. Very consistent Brumby.
Yeah, this gelding's been riding the runner-up train again, though. Trading blows with Fernhill Gusto and Roll with it Hot Toddy. His ultra consistency can pay off again in this real shootout. And right now you're getting 4-1, now 7-2.
There's the 4. It's Fernhill Gusto for Greyland Farm. Of course, Nova Scotia Mark Campbell trains and drive, just beaten half a length in an overnight last time out. But today, Ken gets a good spot to work from both 4.
5-2 morning line choices. The 4-5 favorite here has really blossomed this season. Been razor sharp in his last 4, just missed against older foes. He draws well to set up his stalking style for Mark Campbell, who looks for his 3rd winner of the day.
Well, it's interesting. We mentioned Gilles Barrio and Mark Campbell having such a great day today, and both of those drivers will be representing in the National Driving Championship, which is coming next month. It's hard to believe, and that's going to be out west, November 23rd, so looking forward to that. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the 12th. It is post time, and upstairs for the call, here's Vance Cameron.
Check your source. Woodmere, Denver, J.J. Xavier. Fernhill Gusto, Brumby, roll with Hottie Toddy. Maximum Love and Stash It Away, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, and a host of levers here. Check your source. J.J. Xavier, Fernhill Gusto, Brumby, way wide roll with Hottie Toddy. They fire around the turn. Woodmere, Denver towards the rail. Then he's followed by Maximum Lovin' and the trailer. Stash It Away. They're quarter pole bound. Here comes Campbell and Fernhill Gusto to take over the lead. J.J. Xavier races second. Away third. That's Check Your Source. Brumby dropped in to get away fourth. Now in fifth. Woodmere, Denver. They arrived at that opening quarter mile. Wow, what a day. Championship Sunday, 27 and won the quarter. Boom! Just like that. The leader, Fernhill Gusto, and racing second, J.J. Xavier. Check Your Source third. There goes Brumby. First up, fourth. Roll with Hottie Toddy. Following him on the outside, fifth. Maximum Lovin' sixth. Stash It Away, 3 wide, seventh. And the trailer, Woodmere, Denver. 4 in, 4 out. 56 and 3 was the half mile. Down to 3/8 to go. Fernhill Gusto, the leader on the back stretch. Second is Brumby. Third up the rail, J.J. Xavier. Racing fourth, roll with Hottie Toddy. Maximum Lovin' coming 3 wide, fifth. Stash It Away, 3 high, sixth. Then it's Check Your Source, trailing Woodmere, Denver. 3/4 in the books. Fernhill Gusto there in 1:25 and 3. Clear by 2. Turning for home, Fernhill Gusto. Second, J.J. Xavier. Up the inside, roll with Hottie Toddy. Coming on late, Fernhill Gusto. Campbell has tripled up in the crown. Second, that's J.J. Xavier. Roll with Hottie Toddy. Time for the mile, 1:54 flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 12. Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Cavendish Farms, Atlantic Breeders' Crown, 3-year-old colts. They went for $25,000, and they were storming off the gate here this afternoon, Ken Workington. But the 4 Fernhill Gusto got to the front, and he was able to fend off all challenges, getting another win for Mark Campbell today.
Yeah, he took no prisoners today. Went all the way 27-1 to establish command here off the narrow loss last out. Avenges that. That was to Best to Hurst. 56-3, 125 and 3/5. Fernhill Gusto, he's by Stonebridge Terror. This nice 3-year-old from Mark Campbell, who gets a triple today in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final. Scores his 8th win of the season, 9th career victory, 154. And it's a final quarter of 28-2 over J.J. Xavier second. Roll with it. Hot Toddy third. Fernhill Gusto goes for the Gusto and gets it.
Well, if you capture a couple of crowns in one day, then you must be the king. And he is King Campbell. He arrives at the 12th race winner's circle with number 4, Fernhill Gusto. Bay pacing called 3 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the Willowbird Dam, Helen O'Grace. Owned by Greyland Farm, Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Colt bred by Brian McLeod of Truro, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell training and driving. It's triples on the training side. It's triples on the driving side. Colt on top at every call, capturing the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Final in a 154 flat. Down at trackside, the presentations. Now the official results in race 12. Check Your Source was 8th. Woodmere Denver 7th. J.J. Xavier was 2nd. Fernhill Gusto, the race winner. Brumby finished 4th. Roll with Hottie Toddy 3rd. Maximum Lovin was 6th. Stash It Away finished 5th. Fractions were up in 27-1. 56-3. 125-3. And the mile 154. In review, it's 872 143 65. Fernhill Gusto paid $4. The exactor was $28.10. The triactor $82.90. Superfecta $26.58. The Premier's Cup comes next. 8 minutes.
Okay, so getting ready for the Premier's Cup here, coming up on race number 13 here today. Exacta 20-cent Super High Five and the Triactor wagering for you. Of course, on track you can take your ticket with the Wild Horses. We've had a few winners of those today. The 8 is scratched, so Time to Dance is scratched in the 13th with the Premier's Cup. And we'll meet the starters in just a minute.
The 13th race on the track, it's the Premier's Cup, One American Risk, owned by a Risky Biz group of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Todd Trice drives. 2 batter up Hanover on Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, Douglas Lauthers, Anna Chantal Langell. Paul Langell trains and drives. Rotten Ronnie 3 is owned by Redmond Doucette and Andy Stewart of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by London McIsaac. Redmond Doucette driving. 4 No Plan Intended, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. David Dowling up. 5 is Beach in Lindy. Stephen Charlton of Dundas, Ontario, the owner, trainer, and driver. 6 is Marito Hanover, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Jason Hughes. 7 is Twinbee Tough Enough, owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, driven by Gil Barrio. 8 Time to Dance is scratched, down to 4 minutes wagering time here in the afternoon's finale. And gentlemen, we're all up with our selections. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. Here in the 13th, I'm going to the Barrio Mount in 7 Twinbee Tough Enough. I like him. He's in fine form. I'll use him on top. Going to the 4, No Plan Intended for second. I like 2 Batter Up Hanover for the show prize. I like American Wrist off of the rail to be 4th. And my Super High Five, I'll conclude it with the Steve Charlton entry, Beach and Lindy. I like 7, 4, 2, 1, 5. And guys, just to reflect a little bit on today's program, Bradley gets his 1,000. Barrio gets his 5,000. The Princess gets beat, but she is the only racehorse ever to put over $100,000 of maritime money on her card in a single season. That'll tell you something about our maritime product and our maritime money. It's just absolutely fantastic, guys.
You're absolutely right, Vance, and thanks for pointing that out. And, we talked about in the pre-race today, the Real Princess and that money earnings and how important that was. And just as Vance points out, maritime money and the stakes program here, the breeding, we saw it Friday at the sale, yeah. Peter and Ken. I mean, it just all goes in the right direction. And even this series, the Premier touched on it this morning, as we go out in the track and pick up some of the top contenders here in this race, and the whole field is top contenders in my mind. But the fact that these conversations started back in December of 2021, they get the series going. It's a maritime thing out through Atlantic Canada, and there's where you see it all wraps up here today, the road to the Premier's Cup.
Absolutely. It reflects, like you said, on the sale. The sale has just been going great the last couple of years. There's great people working on the sale. It's reflecting in the prices, and everybody's buying horses, keeping them in the Maritimes. And that's what makes maritime racing great. You have to develop your own breed, and we're doing that very, very well.
Let's go all the way to New Jersey now. Ken Morkington, interested to see your high five here and on the big race here. Who do you like in the Premier's Cup?
Well, as I mentioned off the top of the show in our pregame, the 7 Twinbee Tough Enough right now, 7-2. Tough draw here, but on a form spree, winning 3 of his last 4. And I like this guy. Of course, he won the James Roach McGregor Memorial. He's been very impressive. The 4, No Plan Intended, the Gold Cup and Saucer runner-up, current 8-5 favorite. The 2 Batter Up Hanover, who was 4th in the Gold Cup, and I added the 3 and the 6. 7, 4, 2, 3, 6.
certainly want to take the opportunity to thank each and every horse person throughout the Maritimes who supported this series from day one. And it started back at the first year. I remember, Peter, we got this rolling, and it was really something else to see because it did make all the major stops around the Maritimes.
Yeah, it started in New
Brunswick.
Brunswick.
That's a cool thing.
The Walter Dale at EPR. Started way back in June.
Yeah, so then, went the Governor's Plate, and Lindsay Cup, and the Premier's Pace, and the Gogan Memorial, and the Conroy, and the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. So all leads here today, and, that's a lot of great support from all the associations and the tracks and the horse people and of course, government.
Yeah, and I think and everybody's a supporter of this. And what the idea was is to make the free-for-all ranks very competitive. And that's what it's done around the Maritimes in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PEI. We've had different winners in most of those races, and it all comes down to today. So I think the goal of the series was to make it competitive, and that's what it turned out to be.
15,000 on the line here today. The Premier's Cup coming next. So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling. It is post time for the 13th, and upstairs for the race call. Here is Vance Cameron.
Well, I didn't see Leader Peter's super high five. I know Ken and myself are going to take a shot at the undisputed super high five champion Kurt Hughes, and I know he's watching this afternoon. Here comes the Premier's Cup. American Risk, Batter Up Hanover, Rotten Ronnie, No Plan Intended, Beach and Lindy, Marito Hanover, Twinbee, Toughen Up. Showtime! Up and pacing. American Risk will fire out at the rail. Batter Up Hanover will be second into the turn. Rotten Ronnie will get away third. Off stride. No Plan Intended. On the run. Moving up fourth on the outside is Twinbee Toughen Up. Up the rail fifth is Beach and Lindy. Marito Hanover sixth, trailing the field. No Plan Intended. Early movement here. And popping the two-hole. Batter Up Hanover takes over the lead for Paul Lenjo. American Risk would not take him on. Settles up second. Racing from third. That's Rotten Ronnie. How's that for an opener? Boom! Just like that. 26-4. Wow! Batter Up Hanover, the serious leader now. Second at the rail, that's American Risk. Rotten Ronnie is there third. Racing fourth, Twinbee Toughen Up. On the rail, Beach and Lindy fifth. No Plan Intended on the outside sixth. Trailing the field, Marito Hanover 55-4. Opening half mile. They're on the paddock turn for the second time. Checking in at 5/8, led by Batter Up Hanover. Rotten Ronnie right alongside him now. Racing third on the outside. Twinbee Toughen Up. In at the rail, American Risk fourth. No Plan Intended fifth. Beach and Lindy sixth. Trailing the field, Marito Hanover. Rotten Ronnie takes over late. 3/4 in one. 24 3. Eighth of a mile left to go. Rotten Ronnie bringing them home. Twinbee Toughen Up on the outside. No Plan Intended third. Deep stretch now. And that's Twinbee Tough enough for Gilberto in the Premier's Cup. Rotten Ronnie was second. No plan intended, recovered third. The mile 1:52.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 13 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon, the Premier's Cup. And Kenny, you like Twin B tough enough. Barrio didn't panic. 5,001 career wins. Over to you.
Yeah, he got the perfect speed target to shoot at, and Gilles Barrio with just a perfect second over trip here. 26-4, sizzling 55-4, 124-3. So he was able to catapult and right here sit chilly to the wire. The whip tucked away. Twin B tough enough. The James Roach McGregor Memorial winner, and of course he was also very good in the Gold Cup and Saucer. And that was, of course, the consolation that he won. Twin B tough enough overcomes the outside draw here, trained by Ron Matheson. That was Rotten Ronnie second, and no plan intended. Recovers from the early miscue to finish third. The Magic Man puts a cherry on top. A great day here, and it was the Premier's Cup to cap it off.
Twin B tough enough, arriving at the 13th race winner's circle. Pacing Brown Stallion 7 by Rock and Roll Heaven off the Dragon Again Dam. In the pink, owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, trained by Ronnie Matheson. Gilles Barrio picks up his second winner on the day. Time for the mile, a fantastic 1:52.4. Premier Denny King down at trackside. Premier's Cup winner. Twin B tough enough to double up Barrio here in the finale. Now the official result here in the 13th. American Risk was 5th. Batter Up Hanover 7th. Rotten Ronnie was 2nd. No Plan Intended 3rd. Beach and Lindy 4th. Marito Hanover 6th. Twinbee Toughen Up, the race winner. Time to Dance was scratched. The fractions 26 and 4, 55 and 4, 124 and 3, and the mile time 152 and 4. In review, it's 572, 346, 01 scratch. Twinbee Toughen Up paid 530. The exactor was 89.70. Triactor 131.10. The late daily double paid $7.10, and the super high five valued at $610.86, and that completes Championship Sunday here at the driving park in Charlottetown. The afternoon's par mutual handle, check it out, $105,343. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.